Welcome to the Pro-Black Perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions. Your host tonight is the author of the Pro-Black Compendium and Zuberi and the Maroons of Ma'at, the Pan-African Nationalist, Oni. Oni, what are we discussing tonight?
Peace, 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 family. Today is going to be an exciting day. It's going to be an exciting day, mostly because we're going to talk about, well, I'm actually going to go pretty damn deep into this really critical thing that we don't want to talk about, right? We don't discuss, okay? One of the reasons why is we're going to be talking about, well, first off, not first off, eventually we're going to talk about Gazi. That's not that important, but Gazi's like a weirdo. No disrespect, but I think he knows this. And so we're going to discuss that incident because that's a pretty big story. But before that, we're also going to engage in this diaspora stuff. This is the idea that, what is the perception that you may have or how you may interact with quote unquote black Americans as a black immigrant, and how that can affect how people discuss black Americans and why they would. And so it's a really critical conversation that we tend to dismiss and say, oh, well, they just coons and they just whatever. But it's really something I want to go into deep, and you're going to see I'm going to put out just boom, boom, boom. So it's going to be like, a lot of people are not going to agree with this. I've encountered quite a few people who said, man, don't talk about that, But, it's my show. You know what I'm saying? I do what I want. You know what I'm saying? It's my show. I do what I want. But anyway, let me see if anybody's in so far. Looks like I'm a Bookman saying good morning. Kofi saying greetings. And Tanzan is saying peace only. So that's just enough for us to get started and have a blast. So appreciate everybody. But before we get started, I want to remind you all that we're part of a podcasting network called KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Greetings, everyone. This is Koku from the Bitter Medicine Podcast, inviting you to tune in to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Pro-Black Perspective on KWAZ Radio.
So Learning Curve's here. So, speaking of Learning Curve, speaking of listening to the Revolutionary Matron, Learning Curve's here. So she said greetings to everyone. So hopefully everybody can tell her greetings back. Lero's here. Lero's about to be excited, though, because I'm about to show my allies transition. I actually just made it this week because, there were no allies. But there are actually allies this week. So we're going to get started with some really good stuff. And it's really from South Africa, from, I call it a Zania, but from South Africa. So, and by the way, for those of you who don't know, once upon a time, there was this organization way back in South Africa that contacted me and was like, hey, could you write a constitution for us? And it was like a radical organization in Azania. And it's not the EFF, obviously, but it's just interesting to think that, because they made some good images. They were doing some positive stuff all the way in South Africa. And, it was cool to be, contacted from that far in the world. And of course, I'm not saying that they are, necessarily big characters in South Africa right now, but they were characters. And so it's just important for everybody to remember that, whatever work you're doing, just do some good work, and you're going to reach people around the world. Okay. So don't be discouraged, But anyways, Lero's here. So you already know we can start the party. We got allies here. We got allies in the chat. We got allies on screen, so let's just show the allies transition. This transition's fire. You guys got to pay attention. This is to know what she's doing. Yo, that healing toe? Oh man, when I was a kid, I was that's like the one dance I wanted to know how to do, and I still can't do it. But yeah, that healing toe? So we're gonna check out Malema, obviously, and Shivambu. So we got two people from the EFF. They already know. And Malema was saying what I was actually talking to sister just the other day. I mean, just maybe it was like yesterday, right? And she's like, remember how back on your website you used to say white people are the problem? Like the problem with Africans is Europeans? And I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, why you ask? She's like, well, I'll probably have you explain it sometime. But, I forgot to just tell her, yo, check out 47 minutes and 30 seconds into Malema's speech. So we're going to do that. We're going to just jump into Malema right now. But, yeah, I'm pretty excited. How y'all feeling, man? We got Malema. This thing is muted for some reason. Disclaimer, the views, whatever. So Malema was on what is allegedly South Africa's biggest podcast. It got 999,000 views, so shout out to Malema. There was like 23,000 people watching it live, so that's like 1,000 times as many people. No, actually 2,000 times as many people watching this one right here, but that's good because it's still Malema. This is an ally for our race, so you already know. Tanzan saying greeting to everybody. Everybody saying greetings to Tanzan. Tanzan goes by the delectable, I heard. But anyway,
the way
let's go.
they like because they know they are not at risk. Let's go and fix Transnet. So infrastructure is collapsing right on our face.
Yeah, it's bad.
There is no road in South Africa without a pothole.
Yeah. And they're getting bigger and bigger, these potholes, man.
And no one is doing anything. But South Africans will be worried about a man who goes to Ibiza with his wife when they've got so many problems. I'm not their president. They've elected their own government. South Africa, you've got the government you deserve.
So why do you think this generation of politicians are so corrupt? Is it because they're not used to money?
No. It is because they are being corrupted by white people.
Is it?
Yeah, so because you people speak about corruption as if it's a black people's thing.
Yes, true.
It's a white man's thing. Why? Business, when you say business is corrupting government, you mean whites are corrupting black people because business is white.
Yes.
And then government is black.
Yeah.
And this government can't be corrupt with itself. It needs someone to be corrupt with. So it's
Hold on a second. Let me just see. We're going to 5130, okay?
corrupt with the business. And this business is white. But these whites never get arrested.
But what about the corruption where, like, for example, PPE money during COVID is child and there's no white business involved? It's money that, filtrates down from the government, from whatever international body that has loaned us. That doesn't involve private business.
No. There's a white person involved because none of you have got machines to do mask. You've got no machine to do mask. You go and take the mask from a white man. So the white man says, Hamilton and Love, go and get that tender, and then I'll print for you. Go and do it, and then I'll print for you. You can't do business in South Africa without any involvement of a white person.
Yeah.
No, not a single one. Not even the EFF can try and say, no, we were a party of black people, therefore we can do without whites. It's not possible. So the question we need to ask is, why do we see only these government people exposed and arrested? What is happening in the private sector? Because it's both the public and the private sector that are corrupting each other. But only the public gets arrested because it's easy for a black man to criticize, correctly so, another black man. You know why black people are scared of white people? It's not a joke. Even me. When I see a white person, my attitude changes. Like, we're traumatized people. Then my political conscience has to kick in. Don't try those things with me, man. But otherwise, the first reaction is we need to get ourselves.
Accents change.
Yes. So I've got a white security guy. when he sees that there's going to be a problem there, and he's working from behind, he moves to the front. They are going to open.
Yeah.
And then I said to him, no, don't move to the front. Let this one go. You're going to find that guy still explaining where he was born and what. Black people were generally very scared of white people. Yeah. So that's why even now they are not talking about them.
Are you talking about the Stellenbosch mafia?
Very scared
of them, ne?
You know, so I did say 5130. I do want to go a little further because there's this point where he starts talking about Oppenheimer. Although I want to say this though, you know, I just saw this video. Bobby Wright says greetings, Bobby Wright. I just saw this video of Michael Jackson talking to so-called Princess Diana, right? And you know, for me, personally, I was recoiled, you know, because Michael Jackson is looking like a damn slave, and Princess Diana is looking at him like he a damn slave. And you know, even people in the comments are noticing that Michael Jackson is shy. And I mean, for you know, on one hand, you like, you know, Michael Jackson's just an entertainer, and this lady is, you know, a part of the royal family of the United Kingdom, right? But another part is kind of like what Malema was just saying, which is black people are afraid of white people. You understand? And I mean, and it's like, and he's saying, this is Malema, right? So Malema's an ally. You know, y'all saw the dance. Y'all saw the lady dancing. So you know he's an ally. You know, why would I put the dance otherwise? But it's like, that right there, I want you to register that. You know? A lot of black folk are afraid of white folk. I'm not going to say every black person is afraid of white person. That's not true. Black people, that's not true. You know, if you guys remember this Richard Wright's Native Son, obviously it was fiction, but the main character in Native Son was called Bigger Wright, and he's a caricature of certain black people who were not afraid and they would just get killed. You know what I mean? Like you say, hey, it's a segregated. Kofi says, don't do Mike like that. He was always like that. He was looking like. I don't know. You know, Kofi knows Michael Jackson better than I do, but I don't know Michael Jackson like that. I'm actually half tempted to show y'all, although it's a little bit distracting. I'm half tempted to show y'all this Michael Jackson video because it was just kind of like I just felt away. I was like, I can't add this because, you know, he's already dead. Like he's been dead for a minute, so it's not like you know, it's not like whatever. But yeah, I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna just dig up this tweet and then show y'all, because I was just like, you know, because it was like this is a new, I don't know if it's a new thing, but this lady's like always being recommended to me for some reason. Some Turkish ladies always being recommended to me. I'm gonna show y'all. So this is looking black. This is just the video, and you can't really, like, you could just read his face, read his body language, and read how she's talking to him. There's no audio, you can't hear them, but like he's just you know, just standing like, and she's confident, poised, you know, like talking down to the guy, you know, partly because he's short, but still talking down to him, and like you wouldn't even know it was Michael Jackson. She's laughing, being, you know, this, and he's just and I mean, maybe what Kofi's saying is, oh, well, Michael Jackson, nah, because I saw Michael Jackson with Oprah, and he's just chill, like he's magnetic, and you know, all that kind of stuff, like no cracker, but this lady is more magnetic. You know what I'm saying? Like, no cracker, you know, no cracker loving, but this lady's more magnetic, and that's like, I shouldn't say that when it's Michael Jackson you talking to. You know, look at him. Like people notice he's starstruck. He's like, oh, the princess is talking to me, and she's just like, come on, like it's embarrassing, because like usually I would say this is like a plain ass woman, like this is whatever, but like even I could be like, yeah, she's got the, you know, like you know how people was like, yo, Obama's really charismatic, like she's got the Obama poise, and then this is Michael Jackson. It's not even like it's not like it's just some random, you know. It's not like, you know what I'm saying? It's not like it's a random. This is Michael Jackson, like the biggest freaking, one of the biggest personalities in the quote unquote black community, just standing there like come on. Y'all, I think that's the whole video. Yeah, that's the whole video. So when Malema says that, you know, he's like, yo, black people are afraid of white people. You could see it. if Diana said, look, you better stop that shit, he'd be like, oh stop what? And I mean, if y'all want, I could show you the Oprah video, because the Oprah video is fire, matter of fact. You know, he starts beatboxing and you're like, that's my man. But yeah, so that's what I wanted to say. Now, he's going to talk about Oppenheimer and them. Malema's going to talk about Oppenheimer and them, so I'm going to show y'all that.
I'm very scared. Very, 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 very scared.
They essentially are running the country.
Yeah, it's theirs. It's theirs. None of us in this room woke up this morning without using something that comes from the rupees.
Yeah.
And the Oppenheimers own all the minerals because the Oppenheimers are the descendants of Rhodes. And Rhodes is the man who discovered these minerals. The Oppenheimers actually designed the political system of South Africa to an extent that they were themselves directly members of parliament of South Africa. So as and when the law changes to control the political dynamics and the landscape in South Africa, you must know is sponsored by the Oppenheimers because they control the politics of South Africa.
So how did the Guptas get away with it?
They didn't get away with anything. They were trying.
Okay, yeah, so that's interesting. He's going to talk about the other people. But, like, what I'm going to recommend you guys watch this video. It's very good. You can play it in the background while you do something, just like you might be playing this in the background right now. Like, just go ahead and listen to this video. I'm going to see if I could send it into the chat. I'm still looking for that Michael Jackson video, but I mean, it's not that important. Brother Bakari's here. He said, what's up, Oni? So peace, Brother Bakari. We got this ally here. But yeah, so by the way, y'all don't even have that many likes on this thing. That's crazy. I mean, I got more dislikes now. I'm just joking. Y'all got like dislike button. This brother. But yeah, yeah. So check out Oppenheimer. What happened to my screen? My screen looked like it's showing something else. But check out that. That's an interesting video. Unless y'all want a Michael Jackson video where he's just magnetic with Oprah, just like, ooh, this is my, like, that's my dude, right? But y'all saw what he was like with you know, the so-called Princess of Diana, and that's like what he was talking about. Now I do want to just focus on, y'all should be asking questions about what Malema said, because what he said was pretty important. Where he says, black people do not, like, you can't do business without white people, and that's the reason why a lot of African countries are poor. You know, because what like when you fast forward, you know, so in the Book of Power, I copied one of these speeches of Chancellor Williams. Okay, so Chancellor Williams has some discussions that we don't even engage. We all like for better or worse, like Chancellor Williams is one of those people that we read but we don't listen to. You know, and that's good. You should read people instead of listening to them, right? But he has this interesting discussion in one of his interviews, right? And it's something along the lines of, you know, he explains to us that African people used to be world-renowned traders. Okay? So when you're a world-renowned traders, what that also means is that you had your own trade networks. Okay? Now, when you go to Africa, or when you look at Africa from a distance, whatever, you're going to notice that our trade networks include white people to a heavy extent. To a heavy degree, because just based off of how you're dressed, you know that you're trading with Westerners. If you're wearing the hand-me-down clothes of Americans, then clearly you have a trade route, a trade network with Americans. You understand? If your business is selling used clothing, right? Used clothing from America, then clearly you have a business trade route with America. But you have to remember that if you were a world-renowned traders at one point, right, then you had trade networks with your own people. Those are the things that we have to restore and reconnect, that we haven't. And so when you are borrowing the trade networks of the colonial system, of the colonizer, right? If you're borrowing the trade agreements or the trade routes of the English and the French and the Americans and the Germans, because I'm telling you, when I was in Africa, I have this picture of like what the drinks were in Africa, you know, in the grocery store. They call it Malcolm or something like that, right? I have pictures of the inventory, and some of them coming from Uruguay, some of them coming from you know, Panama, some of them coming from so on and so forth. And you realize and you recognize that people are trading with other people. Everybody, like we're basically living off of the trade routes that the Europeans have set up. And the thing is that even if you kick the Europeans out to a large extent, they maintain themselves by the trade routes that you use to survive. Okay? And so that's why when he was talking about, hey, man, black folk ain't corrupt. What happens is that the white people, you're doing business with these white people, and these white people are corrupt. These white people are the ones printing the masks. So when the COVID funds come in, you have to give it to the white folk because the white folk have the machinery. He's telling you something. He's telling you something. Because the white boy is the only person that can profit. And we always talk about this. We always talk about how, actually when we were reading Chinwezu earlier this week. So make sure you guys check out that discussion. But we were reading Chinwezu, and Chinwezu was like, he was reading Economic Hitman, whatever, right? The Confessions of an Economic Hitman. And Chinwezu's telling you, this guy who was a quote unquote economic hitman was telling you, hey, look, we go to other countries and we tell them you can get a lot of money, right? And we'll give you this money. But what you're going to do with that money is you're going to give it to the American firms there to produce the goods that you want. And so what happens is that the country goes in debt, but the American corporations get money from America to produce the goods that will not sell over there. And then the country goes in debt, and the leader at hand, who was proposed by the quote unquote economic hitman, or just it's not even an economic hitman, it's just a businessman. Businessman comes over. Somebody who poses to be a businessman. He comes over, says, or a banker. He poses over, comes over and says, hey, look, we'll loan you a bunch of money. You can get a cut. Okay, you can get a cut, and then you're going to hand this money over to the people with the industry, with the businesses. You understand? The people that we recommend to you. Because this is how you're supposed to do with banking. You're supposed to recommend investment, so on and so. You're supposed to have some sort of role in it, right? And then the country goes in debt because the country's paying it, and you're exchanging resources, you're doing all that kind of stuff. And the person then you say, oh, he's corrupt, or look at this deal, it didn't work, and the economy is faltering, and we have such bad leaders. And we're not realizing that behind it, pulling the strings, has always been Wazungu. And there's no real solution for it, mind you. There's no real solution for it, except for to understand, kind of like what Malema was saying, it's this white boy. It's always been, and always will be. But y'all don't want to hear that. Even me saying that, some people are listening to me and they're like, you lost me there. Can't be the white man. Shoot, I know some of y'all. Shoot, y'all tell me this regularly. I'm not even making it up. Some of you are like, you lost me. It can't be the white man. It's just something else. There's got to be something else. And I'm telling you how business works, how banking works. If I go for a loan right now from a bank, and I say, hey, look, I need $10,000. They say, okay, sure. You get $10,000 if you spend $6,000 of it toward who I want. Even when I was trying to publish a book, when I was trying to make a book, when I was trying to make Zubiri, I went up to a black bookstore, okay, a black publisher. And I said, hey, I want you guys to publish this thing. And they said, look, if we're going to publish that, you're going to need to pay our editor to edit your book. You're going to need to pay our copywriters. You're going to need to pay our artists. Okay? Now, I was like, no, I just want you to print it. And they were like, no. You have to work with our people. That's how you do business. And so on a personal level, even among us as black people, that's how you're supposed to do business. On a personal level, that's how you can maximize your profit or maximize your economy when you have that vertical ownership. You're supposed to do that. Now, on a national scale, America goes over. Uganda asked America, hey, we would like some cars or something like that. Okay, sure. We can sell you these cars, but you have to buy. We would like some cars. America's like, okay, cool. We'll loan you some money for some cars, but you have to buy the cars from our dealers, from our manufacturers. You have to get the cars shipped to you from our transport system. You have to get the cars maintained and diagnostics from our engineers. And that's what they're supposed to do. That's what they just give you money so you can go give it to China. And then when your country can't sell all these cars because, you know, how could it sell all those cars, right? You're in debt. And then you go ahead and you blame the black leader, not understanding that no, it's always that way. And it's not even like it's exclusive to black folk. Because if I were white and I went to a white publisher, he would do the same damn thing to me. You got to get my white copywriter. You got to get my white. That's how you do business. You're not going to win if you're going business with the other people and you don't have the business infrastructure anymore. But you know, you guys go check out that discussion in the Book of Power because I elaborate on it. But of course, you could always check out Malema as well. I mean, not Malema, Chancellor Williams, and just, you know, listen to him say it. But I'm gonna give it an explanation inside the Book of Power, so make sure you guys check it out. But that's like I just want y'all to understand this. Here's this right here. In fact, even when I went to Amazon to publish, right? Even when I went to Amazon to publish, they were like, "Hey, look, we could give you an ISBN number, but it's exclusive to us." Like that's just how you like. If you're not doing business that way, then you're not doing business. Period. Let's see. Bit of Medicine's here. He says, "Peace, family." So peace to Bit of Medicine. Hopefully you guys like this stuff. I mean, if you guys like it, you know, drop a like. You know what I'm saying? No, tell your family to come through. Here we got it.
That you have got these territories and countries in the Caribbean islands who all the time have been trying to build close relations with the African continent. In 2016, Haiti tried to join the African Union, but the African Union took a resolution not to allow Haiti. And I think part of the things that must happen in the Pan-African Parliament, where the Commander-in-Chief is a member, and in the African Union, we must begin to build closer relationships with our fellow black people of African ancestry in the Caribbean. Haiti must be allowed to be part of the African Union. All those countries, Guyana, Suriname, all those countries must be permitted to form part of the African Union, but also they must form part of the Africa Free Trade Agreement. We spoke about first the high.
All right, so yeah, that's Shivambu. He's a part of the EFF as well. So, you know, like, more power to him. Obviously, if you guys listen to Chisan Chinwezu's book earlier, he was like, the African Union's a fucking, like, a joke. I think he called it the Arabs' underwear, you know? He like making fun of things. But realistically, you know, we should not even be in the freaking African Union, but we should have our own, like, black African Union. You understand? Like, we should have our own black, because why are you in union with Arab states anyway? You understand? And then, you know, just to add to the idea that the reality that I think, well, he was saying that, well, I didn't look into it, but I think he was saying that Gaddafi started off the African Union. You understand? But even if he didn't or did, you know, the reality is that he was pretty influential in that organization himself. So it really stands to reason, you know, whether or not we should try to have a union of, you know, with, you know, essentially, you know, a different racial group, you know, or whether we should have something kind of similar to how NATO sets its boundaries, as to say that it's not necessarily Europe, it's not necessarily the European Union, but it's this North Atlantic, you know, hey, look, we're all from the same Anglo-Saxon stock type shit. You know what I mean? So I mean, that's, you know, a real question for us. But outside of that, you know, just looking at this on its face, this idea that, hey, you know what, we should include the African diaspora in the African, you know, mega structure or whatever, then that right there, I would say, yeah, that's props to this brother. So this is why he's part of the allies list as well. And that's why EFF is represented. Okay. This is why EFF is represented. And like I said, you know, I'm fortunate that some people in Tanzania were reaching out to me, because you never know, even if, you know, they weren't EFF per se, but they could be EFF now. And so that's a really important thing for you to do, is to, you know, just get out there, have your propaganda or what have you. And then, you know, all things can work out. But anyway, hopefully you guys like that. We have some allies, but we're going to get into some BAN this week. So forecast is here. Forecast, piece to forecast. By the way, you guys make sure to check out Tanzan, Forecast, and Brother Bakari. They all joined the KWAZ network, you know. But of course, you know, check out everybody else too as well. You know, I'm a bookman, and Lero. Lero's a part of it too, for those of you that don't know. So we it's like a whole crew. But all right, let's go. We're gonna go to the BANs.
I don't know if this is possible, but can I give her a hug, please? Please?
Yes.
It's time to kick ass and chew bubble gum. And I'm all out of gum.
All right, so, you know, some of y'all not gonna like this. I tend to call everything BAN because I don't agree with sweating this kind of stuff. You know, I don't really agree with sweating this stuff. So I'm gonna say this right here. This concerns y'all, right? This concerns y'all, and you know, no disrespect to people who it does concern, because I know a lot of people it does concern, but it don't concern me. That's for sure. And this person's gonna be called. They're gonna call themselves Dessalines. You see the account's called Jean Jacques. And I know Forecast did a show on this too, or he mentioned it in the show, but I know I had to like thing. But this is it. This is the
Look at Elmo.
I don't know why you did this.
Who said it's okay, Big Bird? That girl that was snapping on the front.
Hey! You wanted to down. You wanted to hop off.
Yeah, so my thing is this. Like, first off, if I'm calling myself Jean-Jacques Dessalines, right? If I'm calling myself Jean-Jacques Dessalines, this don't bother me. You know what I mean? Now, obviously, I don't call myself Jean-Jacques Dessalines, and I still don't bother me. But this is the issue with I guess, you know, just the political setting that we're in, where it's like, oh man, I went somewhere I shouldn't be, you know, and they didn't treat me right. And the thing is, what's the irony of this too, is that if it were adults, in fact, there's a video of these adults going to this restaurant in Paris, going to put some money into a restaurant in Paris, and then they getting curved, right? They're like, oh, you can't come inside, basically because you're black, right? They don't say you because you're black, they just say you can't come inside, and they let a bunch of white folk in, right? And everybody and their mom is like, why in the world are you even going there? But then when it comes to putting your children to a bunch of people who are like, to a bunch of strangers. Putting your children to a bunch of strangers, we're like, well, why don't they grab our child? Jean-Jacques Dessalines. Dessalines. That's how you guys say it. I don't know. So I say, look, man, Westerners have nothing better to do. Okay, Westerners have nothing better to do. And you might say, well, now this is just a handful of people. This ain't no handful of people. Look at this. This is Terrain Walker. Now he's a regular mangina. No disrespect to this dude. But look at this. You got nothing better to do but make fun of these people, right? He's like, for comparison on why you lose, this is another one. Let's see. I think somebody on, I think it was on Forecast Show who was saying that, see, I got a phone call after, but they were saying that a lot of this stuff is staged. Because the thing is this, that you have, like, the video is clearly curated, right? Oh, what is this? Oh, no, this is for comparison. So, yeah, so this is for comparison. So, while these white folk while black folk are, oh my gosh, they're not hanging out with our kids. White folk are having, this is what's viral for black folk. So during the time that this conversation was viral for black folk all pitching in on, why didn't this guy touch my child? Right? White folk are having this. This is what's going viral among white folk. 127,000 likes. Okay? 20,000 retweets. Hi, I'm an anthropologist. It's horrifying that I even need to say this, but through most of human history, menarche, the age of the first period, didn't happen until around age 16 to 17, with first birth around 19. 10-year-olds giving birth is not normal or okay, and it never has been. My sources are 2, soon to be 3 anthropology degrees studying human evolution in society for the last 200,000 years. Humans in industrial societies, of which you are one, are the first people to ever see to see early menarche. Here is one of my many sources. Now, obviously, this is not the best type of science, because she's talking about the mean age, and that's not to say that nobody had it earlier. But then she goes and she points out, we know this group. How do I not remember this name of this group? But this is a lot of people consider this like the oldest human branch, or at least the oldest branch related to Wazungu, right? The ancestors of Wazungu, right? The amount, not to say that that's like their quality, they're just African people. It's just that these might be the group that left Africa, right? So he says the amount of people in here, or not, this is not the group that left Africa. They stayed in Africa. Their descendants left Africa. All right. So the amount of people in here, including women who are doing apologetics for child rape, is extremely concerning to me. So let me explain some things. First, here's the book. So basically, you're going to see this is an intellectual conversation. Okay, an intellectual conversation with research and so on and so forth from an anthropologist who's going around explaining her thing and looking up sources and trying to verify, because people challenge her. She's challenging them back. And then other people engage. Hey, look, I'm 60. I had my first period at 11. And they're like, oh, well, that's the age of menarche, And this is what's going viral. While we say we inspire the culture of the world, right? We inspire everybody's conversation. But you're not realizing that what we're doing is we have our best and brightest talking about children at a park who were snubbed by maybe 1 or 2 performers in the course of 20 seconds. Okay? Something that nobody really remembers, nobody really cares about. You just caught it on camera and it happens to look bad on this particular film. It doesn't mean that, one thing for sure, like for instance, you don't know whether the kids were seen by the person in the costume, and even if they were seen, you know that you can't hang around realistically and touch every single person. You just have to gesture and move on. Who knows? And if you just time it right, you can always see something bad inside of something that's necessarily going to be restricted. Notwithstanding, we're talking about this. They're having this deep not deep, but having this intellectual conversation, and it's a question of, well, why is it that they're ahead of us? Now you go back to Attorney Crump, right? Attorney Crump. Look at this. The overwhelming volume of videos. Now this is one of the higher paid trial lawyers in America, right? The overwhelming volume of videos showcasing Sesame Street's intentional mistreatment of black children is appalling. This Penn theme park and its staff need to be investigated for their discriminatory actions. Now again, this is like one of the best lawyers, not one of the best lawyers, but one of the leading, most paid lawyers in America right now for black folk. Right? For black civil rights, in fact. And his thing is, let's sue this theme park for videos, for clearly curated videos on Instagram. All right? Let me see what the chat's like. Khoisan, yeah. Kofi says Khoisan, that's what it is. Khoisan is what it is. By 16 people, that's actually a lot. Yo, we up. Oh, 17 people, we up. But yeah, look at this. This is Ben Crump, remember. And you see how many black folk this is.
Get a hug, Mo? Well, go stand over there and see what happens.
Just want to be accepted, you know?
You see my son? Wow, he went to the white people.
Yeah, you know, and I mean, this is like part of the, you know, I mean, some people say the victim mentality, and it's like, look, it's possible that there is discrimination. It's possible. But again, it's like, just don't go there. You know, I mean, like I'll say it this way. You know, I got some neighbors, right? I got neighbors. I got a black child. They got white children, right? Difference between me and other black folk is this. They don't want their child to play with mine. I don't want my child to play with theirs either. Now, like I told y'all, they have the advantage because they have a bunch of their own children around me, so they can all play with their own children. But I'm perfectly fine with other parents saying, look, you know, I don't want you playing with that black kid. Just like I tell my kid, look, man, I don't want you playing with them white kids. You know? I'm perfectly fine with it. Now, that's the difference between me and this. Because, see, now you're a victim. Oh, they don't want to play with my kids. Yeah, why should they want to play with your kids? They set up this, now people will say Sesame Street was set up for black folk. I don't know. But they set up this institution to say, hey, look, we're going to entertain the children, our children. We're going to give our children this sort of a good experience. And they put up a business to entertain their children. And what you have to do is say to yourself, let me put up a business to entertain my children. But instead of saying that, what you're saying, no, I want you, Mr. White Man, to put up a business to entertain my children. Come on. No. And I mean, look, see, I like video games. A lot of video games do not have this sort of blatant, you know, discrimination, blatant racism. And if they do, guess what I do? I don't buy them. It's that complicated. Or it better be damn good if it's that, or it better be that good where I would buy it. But like, I'm not going to complain, well, I don't like how this show is so racist. You know? I might, you know, once upon a time, I might point out, well, you notice that all the people in power are white? You know, I might have done it. Like if I might watch Star Wars and I'll be like, oh, you notice all the people in power is white. You know, I might point that out, but I'm not going to say change it. It's your product. It's you. It's what they made for themselves. And my thing is this. When you guys get my book, Zubiri, right? It's a little fiction book, right? I realized that if some white person told me to change my story, because my story is all black, pro-black, right? It's like, hey, man, black people are powerful, black people are beautiful, black people are great. If a white person came to me and told me, change your story so that it could suit my children, I'd be like, the fuck out of here, man. The fuck is wrong with you? I ain't changing shit for you. That's stupid. And so I don't know why anybody would go to these white boys and tell them to change their shit for you. That's stupid. And plus, the reason why it's so stupid, this is the last image actually, so we're not going to go to that one yet. So let me see what this is right here before we get to that. Oh yeah, this is just some stupid art. So now what we're doing is we wasting our talent. Wasting our talent on this kind of stuff. You know, this baby's kids attacking a Sesame Street acting. Oh, you better pay attention to us. Baby's kids, one of the worst, you know, group of black kids in animation, I guess, right? We're like, we're gonna attack you, we're gonna fight you so you can recognize us and treat us well. And you think people gonna treat you well from that? Okay. But you know, obviously that's just a joke. But again, like, it's a talented art. That's talented art. Looks like baby's kids, you know. And nice coloring palette, all that, you know, wasted on this. And then here's the result. Somebody deleted it. But the result, she deleted it. But the result was black folks still inside of the, they still went to the, like Sesame Street theme park was still full with black folk after all this outrage. So the thing is that if you don't vote with your feet, the reality is this: you never voted. Oh, no, sorry. If you do not vote against something with your feet, you voted for it. You understand? It's a bad example, but you know, there's domestic violence, right? If you're in a domestic violence situation and you don't leave, the person The violent person, they're not necessarily that intelligent. They're not necessarily that smart. Not necessarily that rational. Their thinking is, I didn't do that wrong. I didn't do that much wrong. I couldn't be that bad if you still with me. If you still telling me, especially if you saying, oh, I love you still. I love you notwithstanding. If you're doing all that, their thinking is not going to put together that they did something that bad if you never voted with your feet. And I know it sounds bad. I know it sounds harsh, but we're going to get into this because we're going to be harsh today. Right? But I know it sounds bad. I know it sounds harsh, but that's the reality of the human experience. That if you do not vote with your feet, that people cannot, will not think that they done you that wrong if you sticking around. I'm just telling you what it is. I'm just telling you what it is. I know it sounds harsh. We're going to be harsh today, though, because we're going to start talking about this African American, this black immigrant African American divide, and we're going to be harsh. You know, a lot of times we have kid gloves when we're talking about this situation because we know that, you know, black Americans are huge victims or huge targets in America, right? But we're going to have to be harsh and be realistic about perception and perspective. You know, because perception and perspective changes by each individual. You know, I could have just told y'all, hey, I don't want my kid playing with these other kids. And these other people might be looking at me like, why doesn't he make his kid play with ours? I don't know. I don't know. You understand? You can only go by your own perception and your own perspective. And that's the real world. And there's no universal perspective and no universal perception. This is the real world. Afrojam's here, by the way. Afrojam says, as if it's not a white person under that suit. I don't know. I mean, look, we don't even know. And the thing is this, like I said, if I've never been in one of those costumes, but I know you can't see everything. And I also know that you can't necessarily greet everybody. Like logistically, there's so many things that's wrong. Now, it's possible that they're snubbing these black kids because they're like, oh man, I don't like black kids. That's a possibility. It's possible that they just time themselves. I got to be here for 3 seconds. Okay, I'm going to go on to the next place for 3 seconds. Because that's another thing too, that in real life, you can't just stick around in one area for 10 minutes. Because your boss is going to be like, why are you in that area for 10 minutes? This is a huge theme park. This is a huge line. You have to go through the entire line. It's a parade. You can't stand there for 10 minutes. You have to stand there, greet some people, move on. Stand there, greet some people, move on. You know? So I don't know. Kofi says Sesame Street was a test project, and as usual, black folks were first in line, right? Yeah, I mean, you know, black folk wanted their stuff. The thing is that, you know, we have to be realistic. Black folk did not have their own broadcasting stations. You know what I mean? It's not even and you know, you would feel left out. I mean, I get that you would feel left out if you turn on the television and there was nothing for you ever. You know what I mean? Everything you had on the radio, on the television was for white folk. I could see black folk being left out. Like I said, there's a universal perception and perspective. Today we look at things differently. We look at things and we know that there's programming available to us. But once upon a time, there was not programming available to us. You know? So we have to grow up watching the same stuff that white folk watched all the damn time. Every time. No black broadcasting, no black radio. You know, so it's like, you know, when you're a black person and then you finally, it's like, hey, look, this is going to be you. This is your representation. This is you on the telly. You know? Yeah, you tuned in. You know, it's silly, but, you know, again, it's about perception and perspective. Those are very important things on the planet. I'm not going to say the most important, but those are very important. Trigger Happy says it's all in the mindset of the black people themselves, which isn't centered on black people, but a stepchild mindset. I mean, I think it was pretty clear it was discrimination. We can't sit here and dent that. But you are, of course, correct in that we shouldn't even be patronizing them. Look, I can't say, like I said, if you look at, because here's the thing, you know, you can't in a real court, put up curated images, curated pictures and say, this is evidence. You know, in a real court, you would have to put a whole time lapse. You know, like you'd have to put a 24/7 surveillance. And for that or like an 8-hour surveillance. And from that 8-hour surveillance, you will have to prove that this person never approached a black person at all. Or this person always approached every white person. And see, the thing is that 2-second clip cannot show you that. You can show one black family that feels like they were snubbed, but then you could also probably show one white family that feels like they were snubbed. You understand? And so if in a real court setting, you know, because I've been to court, you know what I'm saying? But in a real court setting, right, you cannot submit that as evidence. Because it is pretty, like you say, it's pretty clear in that video, but the video was clearly curated and chopped up. You cannot from that video tell that they've never approached any black folk, or from that video tell that they've approached every white person. Because if they walked past the white person without greeting them, what would the white person say? And how should the white person think? Should they say, "Oh, look at that, they're discriminated against white people," or should they say, "Oh, it's okay because they went to the other white family"? You understand? Because a white person in that real perspective, in that real position, would say, "Damn, I wanted my kid to talk to him too." See, when you jump into the, "Oh, well, it's a black thing," right? By the way, that's something that a lot of people don't want to hear. You know, you might say, "I want to say it anyway." That's fine, but that's what a lot of people don't want to hear. But if you're saying that, you cannot, like, it's not going to pass. Like, you'd have to do a 24/7 surveillance, and if the 24/7 surveillance reveals that they haven't, that's where you could say it's a pretty clear case. You know what I mean? But you can't launch an investigation off of, you know, a 2-second clip, because you don't even know what happens. You don't know if somebody else approached them. You know? But anyway, this is a really, I don't know what really means, but it's probably like a really? Let's see what this is. And I'm just telling y'all what an IS is. I know, like sometimes we shouldn't. Oh yeah, this motherfucker. So this is some artist. Maybe I can't play the audio. Oh, I can. So somebody throws something at this artist. Yeah. So, you know, audience full of white folk, right? And so obviously, you know, you looking at this and you're like, really, right? And, you know, my thing is that I didn't even know people threw shit on stages. Like, I've been to, like, at least one concert, you know. Kara's one, y'all already know. And I ain't seen nobody throwing shit at him. That's just wild. But I know that people do throw things on stage. I saw a video of somebody throwing something at Lady Gaga and all that stuff. Now, where's the really part? You're like, okay, who gives a shit? This is Cootie. Who gives a shit? I mean, it's probably a bunch of white folk, probably a bunch of white racists, all that kind of stuff. This is why I said really. This is why it's on Enemies Within. Oh, by the way, the last one was Enemies Within, because it's like, why are you outraged about some shit that nobody cares about? Like, you patronizing them, like, take the boot to the face, you know? This is the POV. Yeah. It's a motherfucking brother. You know, like, well, I shouldn't say brother, but that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. It's like what? Like, it's like I said, really? Like, cause I'm like half expecting to see this motherfucking white boy throw this thing. Cause it's like, you know, who cares about this thing? Who cares about this incident? Some people are saying, look, realistically, it was supposed to be Kanye West. They were like, we wanted Kanye West anyway. Kid, Cootie, you soft, right? But the person who throws it is a black person. Like this is the life we're in, where we're just like I said, like you go back, you know, just rewind and be like, okay, we outraged that these people ain't respecting your children. You ain't, and you don't even know if the person in the costume is white. I mean, the rigid movements, maybe. Maybe that one who was walking over the girl. I don't know what that was about. But again, like I said, I don't know how your vision is impaired in the costume. You know, like if you're wearing a whole costume, I don't know how your vision is impaired, but you know, that one was kind of jacked up. I ain't gonna hold y'all. But again, you'd have to prove that this never happened to anybody else. Either way, you got this incident, and because this is called the Enemies Within, so that's why we highlighted this dude. But you got this incident where this artist is performing, right? Maybe he's not the artist you want, but whatever. You throwing shit at him. And he's like, look, man, that's disrespectful as a motherfucker. And instead of, and it's like, okay, maybe it's white folk disrespecting him. It's a black person. White people just standing by like, what's going on? And that's it. That's it. But I mean, it's not that important, so we're just gonna push past it unless someone has something to say about it. But you know, it is what it is. Someone says Kofi says he wears dresses. Remember, I don't even know who this is. I honestly do not know who this is. Cootie has worn a dress on Saturday Night Live. That doesn't even help out. I don't know. Is this somebody? I don't even know if that's somebody I should know. I couldn't tell from the video, but yeah, I still wouldn't like throw something at him while he's performing at the concert. I would just not. Well, I mean, apparently they went to the concert for somebody else, but I'd probably just not go. Like I wouldn't throw something at the motherfucker. Even if he's been wearing dresses, I don't think I would throw something at him while he's performing for other people. I would probably just leave. You know what I mean? Like a lot of times, yeah, in fact, yeah, like 'cause I was actually at a concert just the other day, and I didn't approve of what they were saying at the concert, but I didn't like throw shit at the artist. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's not even, I can't even justify that on some dress wearing shit. You know what I mean? So anyway, look, I'm gonna stop reciting Tupac, by the way. So Tupac used to say, anybody from New York want to bring it, bring it. And I used to say that all the time. You know, because I'm in New York. I'm like, shit, if anybody in New York want to bring it, bring it. So I guess this motherfucker thought he was bad like that. Tampa rapper Rolly Bands shot and killed outside his apartment moments after posting a message to his ops. If an N-word wants smoke, pull up. I'm at my crib in 5 minutes. So they killed him. Yeah. So it's not that important. You know, this is him. A lot of these N-words know where I live at for real. I sleep in peace. If an N-word wants smoke, I'm at my crib in 5 minutes. His ops were like, watch this, you know. So yeah, you know, I'm just pointing this out to say that if y'all notice, I don't say anybody from New York want to bring it anymore. You know, you know, there's a reason, but it's not that important. I usually don't highlight black deaths because you know, this is poem. If y'all don't know, it's called Die N-word, and it's from the Last Poets. And it's pretty much just says that, you know, we love dying. You know what I mean? Like, we've been dying for, what was it, 50 years or something? No, 500 years, he said. So, yeah, I'm not even going to go into that. We're going to go to the ABA now. So, the ABA discussion is going to be packed. So, stick around, okay? We're going to pack this. Y'all not going to like it. But, you know, I don't really care. I can't make you love me if you don't. You can't make your heart feel something it won't.
Wait, no, don't call me. Don't call me an African. What? I'm a Moor. I'm an American Indian. I'm an Indian. Shit, you call me slave. You don't call me no damn African. No, I'm anything but an African.
By the way, y'all not appreciated it, but I actually beatboxed and sang at the same time. I mean, obviously I wasn't singing too well. It's actually, look, realistically, I was talking to somebody who does voice training and shit, and they were like, you know, men and women have different voices, you know, so it's hard to actually, as a man, sing like a woman. You know what I mean? Like, I could sing male songs, but it's just really hard as a man to sing like a woman, unless you like had your voice cut out or something. Kid on 7 says he asked for trouble and he found it. That's it. Like, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I think one of the brothers, Negro Subversive or something on Twitter said, look, pro tip. He's like, if you letting people know where you at, you know, like, don't let people know where you at if they're trying to kill you, unless you setting up an ambush. You know, like I said, Art of War. If you letting people know, hey, look, I'm outside right now. Like, and then we saw that with the little boy. There was a little boy who had a firearm. And he was like, anybody want to come through? I'm here. And they came through. People, if you doubt somebody's courage, it's like with the Cootie situation, right? When you doubt people's courage, you kind of double it. You know what I mean? Like if I go up to somebody and say, yo, you will not hit me, right? Like, you won't hit me, right? Suddenly they're thinking about hitting me. Like, they might have never been thinking about hitting me. But then if I go up to them and say, yo, you will not hit me, bitch. Right? They're thinking about it. Suddenly. They might do it. Suddenly. Now, if I didn't say nothing, they probably wouldn't. This is just human psychology. And I'm telling y'all, when I said that whole thing about doubling your courage, this is what some white boy saw in Egypt. He saw that same phrase, that same, I'll show y'all in fact. I'll show y'all, because y'all sometimes y'all be like, man, Oni, you just talking about, you just a hotep, you just saying whatever. I'm telling y'all what the IS is. You go to, this is the quotes, the Kemet quotes. These are basically the hotep quotes. You know, Kemet quotes, and it's doubt, right? I'm gonna search the word doubt, because I remember this. I used to memorize all this stuff. It says, if you defy an enemy by doubting his courage, you double it. If you defy an enemy by doubting his courage, if you say you don't got the balls, you double their courage. This is not from me. This is from, look, this is from some white boy. This is from, what's his name? Schwaller de Ludwigs. He lived for 15 years among the temples and tombs of Luxor and Karnak. He was like, he was trying to penetrate the secret symbolism of the hieroglyphs. 15 years, he's walking around Egypt trying to learn what they were thinking. And he's like, oh, this is an interesting thing they used to say. No, matter of fact, this is a summary. This is his wife summarizes what he learned. So he writes his book about his observations, and she kind of summarizes it inside of certain concepts. But basically, it's like one of them is that they were saying, because they were talking about human nature here. In ancient Kemet, they were talking about human nature. Okay? And so they're saying, look, if you doubt somebody else's courage, you'll double it. You tell people, look, man, if you want to come through, I'm here. Suddenly they were like, let's not bother the guy. He's in the city. He's probably visiting his wife. He's not really thinking too much. Oh, he called me a pussy? He called me pusillanimous? That's what pussy's short for, by the way, if y'all didn't know. He asked for trouble and found it. All right, so we're gonna go to this one's serious. This is so this is the one, why are you boring? Because she's right. But let's say, not saying to copy him, but don't be more Abrahamic than him. Oh yeah. So this is just, we talking about ABAs. This is just gonna be a quick one about don't be more Christian than the Christian. Don't be more Christian than the Christian. This is before we get into the real conversation. When you're the only sane person in a sea of mad people, you have to take a step back, literally. So this is going to be like some black team. I guess it's a Nigerian team. This is the white lady in the Nigerian team. Okay? They're saying hallelujah. Now, look, it might be that she's Muslim or something. I don't know. Maybe not, though. It could just be that, she's just not on the fuck shit. If you're going to be Abrahamic, don't be more Abrahamic than these white folk. You understand? Don't be more Abrahamic than them. Like I said, this is the enemies within. Just so on and so forth. So now we're going to go into this thing. Now, some people are going to look at this sister as the enemies within, right? But I'm going to say, why are you booing her? She's right. And before I do that, I'm going to give y'all a bit of my favorite science. So my favorite science is called thermodynamics. Okay? Thermodynamics. So she shout out to Alma Bookman. She's here in this rate. So I said, look, my favorite science discipline is thermodynamics. It shapes how I view the world a bit differently from my peers. And I decided to write this because people didn't agree with this lady that we're going to see. Right? And a lot of you are not going to agree with her either. But I'm going to break it down because I know she's speaking patois. And I mean, it's kind of clear to me, but it might not be clear to y'all what she's saying. Right? And so, Alma Bookman, she says, in what way? And I say, it's statistical mechanics. So I look at the macroverse as a probabilistic distribution of atomized microverses. Okay? In this view, you allow for outliers and extremes rather than it compromising your worldview. Right? Now, nobody asked me about what I said, what this means. Because I purposely was being confusing. But basically, one of the most important graphs you'll see in thermodynamics is the temperature graph. Okay? Let me see if I can pull it up. But the temperature graph is probably the most important graph you're going to see in thermodynamics, right? Let me see something. Let me see if I can find it. How do I remember it? Yeah, okay, so I guess I can't find it. But it's this graph that looks like a curve, right? But it's not an even curve. Let me see if I could. It's not an even curve, and it shows you how fast molecules are moving around you. Okay? How fast molecules are moving around you. And when you say something is a certain temperature, you're not saying, like when you say that your room is 90 degrees, right? When you say that your room is 90 degrees, I think it might be the Maxwell-Boltzmann distribution. I'm not 100% sure if it is the Maxwell-Boltzmann distribution, right? But I'll show you guys what the Maxwell-Boltzmann distribution looks like, just for shits and giggles, right? So we're going to copy the image over to the window that you guys can see, right? We're going to go over here, right? So the Maxwell-Boltzmann distribution, right, is something like this, right? So they say, look, if the temperature is, let's say this is 50 degrees, right? And then this is 70 degrees, right? So if the temperature is 70 degrees, the molecules of temperature 1, right, are moving at this pace, this speed, right? Like this is the temperature distribution. This is the probability distribution of the molecules of temperature 1 versus temperature 2. Okay, and you notice that you're going to so one of the things that we do, like when you're not thinking in a thermodynamics way, when you're not thinking of a statistical mechanics way, you're thinking that it's 90 degrees, so all the molecules, or it's 50 degrees, so all the molecules are right here, right? And what the reality is that you're going to have some molecules that are barely moving, some molecules that are moving very, very quickly, like you would think it was 1,000 degrees, right? But on average, the molecules are moving on this region, and that's why you call it 40 degrees. And just the same for 60 degrees or whatever I said, right? The molecules are they're still super slow molecules, but there are less. And there are still super fast molecules, and there are more. But the average is this, and that's why you call it 60 degrees. You understand? So as to say that you recognize that, when you extend this sort of Maxwell distribution, if you will, this Maxwell-Boltzmann distribution, or you just extend this kind of probability of the universe, the statistical probability of the universe, towards human beings, you realize that in everything, right? Even if the average person is let's say for instance for America, the average person is going to be anti-black, they say, right? You're going to find people who are here who are super anti-black. And you're going to find people here who are not anti-black. So like we're in America, a lot of people listening right now, we don't have the anti-blackness like that. Now, some of y'all might be over here, you might have a little bit, whereas most people might have a lot of bit. And you might have some people who are just freaking killed, like Uncle Ruckus. You know what I mean? Like if we were doing the Boondocks thing, you might have Uncle Ruckus, you might have Riley, you might have Grandpa, and you might have Huey. And the idea is that we're on a probability. We're on a probabilistic trajectory. You understand? And of course, I forgot to put myself, you got Oni over here. But anyway, but we're on a probabilistic chain. And then you might go to another country that has less anti-blackness. And so you still find the Uncle Ruckuses, but less likely. So that's what I mean by when you look at the world from a thermodynamics way. Right? And so the next video is going to be this sister who's going to be talking bad about African Americans. And it's not the right way to go about it, but we have to understand, one, what she's saying, and two, why she's saying it. Because if you understand that every human being is not going to be in right here. If it's 71 degrees, not every molecule is going to be moving around like 70 degrees or 40 degrees here, right? Now, every molecule is going to be moving around like it's 40 degrees. They're going to be moving around like it's, they're going to be moving around like it's 500 degrees, like it's 2 degrees, the reason why it stops here, by the way, for those of you who don't know, is that there's an absolute zero. You know what I mean? So there's not too many things moving at absolute zero. But it's like it's like temperature could go infinite this way, but it's not infinite the other way, right? But you know, like velocity could go infinite. Like obviously it's not gonna go at the speed of light or nothing. But it's like it's not gonna go faster than speed. Listen, basically there is a range of speeds for molecules, and that is the speed of light is at the upper edge, and the you know, zero is at the other edge. So there's like a range of speeds, but for the most part, they could reach higher speeds more likely because this speed is not that fast compared to the speed of light. You know, this is like 0.01, you know, whatever. But anyway, so or no, not that high. It's like 0.000, you know what I mean. So yeah. So that's the probabilistic curve, right? And so this sister's not going to have the best reaction. So, but I look at it from a probabilistic standpoint. You don't have to. Not everybody's going to have the best reaction to everything all the time. I look at it from a probabilistic standpoint. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to first play the video. You guys are not going to like it, and that's fine. I'm going to explain it after. All right. So some people are going to say she's a coon. I don't know her from Jane. Like I know her as much as I know this guy Cootie. You know, I heard somebody tell me that she's like a conservative, fascist type. But not fascist type, but it is what it is. So I blocked these people. Wild Tether's gone wrong. I blocked Tariq Nasheed, but here's the video.
And I came to the United States when I was 17 to go to college. So I will start off with the fact that I never really saw myself as a black person growing up. I still don't. Of course, if someone asks me if I'm black, of course I'm black in terms of, you know, how society uses a term to describe someone with a certain skin color. I don't really care about that. But a lot of the people that I meet in America who are from America, who are raised here and are black, mostly black people, really ever bring this up with me because I think they assume that I share their beliefs or perspectives. They see black as, you know, who they are and their identity, and if you're not acknowledging their struggle or the struggle of their ancestors or, you know, the struggle of black people, then I don't know, I guess you are naive or you don't really care about that history or you are not acknowledging them. When I came to this country, everybody is foreign to me. That is, everybody has a different culture from me, that is including black Americans. And it's very weird that people just think that you automatically share similarities with them just because of the skin color. The only thing I would say is that there's some like shared music, maybe, but that's nothing. Like I have more in common with an Indian Jamaican than a black American. Like everything more in common because we actually grew up in the same culture. One more thing I wanted to say that I think other Caribbean communities do have similar issues in terms of the ones that a lot of people talk about when they talk about the black American community. However, they don't complain in the same way and they don't outsource and externalize their problems in an underhanded way. Instead of actually trying to get the skills that they need to compete, they're trying to get it through claiming injustice. All this means is that they want to indoctrinate you and tell you what to think based on their worldview, and they pick the people who get to do it. This is just garbage. This stuff is just, this is garbage. This is
So yeah, so first off, you know, obviously she's a pretty woman. This is the common. So she said this is the common sentiment among many non-FBA people who come here. So why should foundational Black Americans be ashamed for looking out for ourselves? And the thing is this: nobody. I think like I like this delineation. I like it. I like it. I don't appreciate the term. I don't appreciate the name, but it's a good thing, right? And if you listen to this woman, so I actually engaged somebody at length about this. And they were like, she shouldn't be talking about Black Americans, period. And apparently she's maybe like cooning for white folk, you know? I don't know. I can't tell from this clip. It's just like with the other video where it's like, you know, she was clipped apart and there was language added to, you know, there was subtitles added to her that weren't hers. So you can't necessarily, like the thing is that we're not picking up on is that a lot of media is manipulated. And this is like in white circles as well as black circles. I just saw an image of Teddy Roosevelt from a reputable history Twitter account, and they were putting forward this image that he had hair like Wolverine from the comic books, and he didn't have that image. He didn't have that hair. So everybody's manipulated. They had another image of Trump There's another account had an image of Trump at his ex-wife's funeral, holding up a banner saying he's going to run in 2024, right? He wasn't holding a banner in real life, you know? There was another image, Bit of Medicine put it up, of this sister who was like, hey, you use an app to make yourself look thinner in your videos, or thicker in your videos, right? In your videos, not in your pictures, in your videos, photoshopping videos now, right? So it's not like that. So I will show you guys, I'll show you guys what would be like I said, by the probability distribution. Now pay attention to this. This is probably on this side of how to react to the negativity that you've experienced in your life, you know? So also we're going to go to the Kemet right here. So Kemet, again, these are some of the quotes that, like I said, as a white person, but still, you know, you go down to the Karnak, you go down to Luxor. And by the way, for those of you who don't know what Luxor is, that's Waset. So Waset, the same thing I'm talking about in the Book of Power, of the city of power, the location of the best university, you know, in human existence as far as we know, right? This is where this white boy was picking up on this knowledge, right? But one of the quotes, no, I can't remember what the quote was. So we're gonna come back to the quote when I remember it. But basically, just follow the probability distribution. So I'm gonna show you guys how some people are saying she should have responded, right? The quote was actually about this. This is actually a really important quote. So it's about experience, right? So basically this, a man can't judge of his neighbor's experience. His own vital experience is never his neighbor's. We don't know this woman's experience. So you can't necessarily judge her experience. Now what I will say is this. This is probably the better response to when somebody asks you about African Americans and you're an immigrant. So this is a bit of an uncomfortable moment in the mixed zone as 200-meter world champion Shericka Jackson is asked whether she questions Florence Griffith Joyner's world record in the event. She doesn't want to go there. So Flojo is the person who holds the fastest time in 200-meter championship, and I think also the fastest time in the 100-meter run. And Shericka Jackson just got the second fastest time. And so this white boy asked her, well, do you think Flojo really ran that fast, right? Like, and so she responds.
There's one person in history who's run faster than you. There's some questions about that time. I'm wondering what do you make of the current world record?
Come again?
There's one person in history who's run faster than you tonight. I'm wondering what you make of the current world record. Do you believe in that time?
What kind of question is that supposed to be?
Well, there's some questions about...
Isn't it the world record?
It is the world record, yeah.
So why do you think I need to question the world record?
There are some questions
well,
about...
that's not me.
Okay.
And that question is so rude of you to ask.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so, you know, but like, you know, you be like, yo, man, see, that's how you're supposed to answer. That's how you're supposed to answer those kind of questions. When people are trying to do the divide and conquer, that's how you're supposed to answer them sometimes, right? But again, that's like, but like, you know, you ask the same question to, this black American lady. She was just, but this black American runner who thought she was the best shit in the planet, right? You ask the same question to her, right? And she's going to be like, yo, F out of here, man. Ain't nobody can run fast. Well, I mean, no, she probably would have respect for Lojo. I'm not going to hold you. But, you know, she really thought she could wipe these Jamaicans, right? But anyway, so this might be the better way to address, you know, the pain that you might have had in your life when it comes to the black American experience. But I don't want us to be dismissive of what she's saying. Mostly because I want to show you guys, this is Alma Bookman right here. She showed up a study, interestingly. We're going to come back to this video, so we're going to leave it open. But she showed up a study of why black immigrants, or why immigrants in general, may be doing better than, you know, quote unquote Americans, you know, non-immigrants. And so this is the study. It's the New York Times. It says, new data shows that today's immigrants are advancing just as swiftly as those of the past. Children of immigrants are near twice as likely to become as rich as the children of the people born in the U.S., he writes. And so I'm gonna read the article. She says, this article, which looks at immigrant mobility from a variety of backgrounds, is an interesting read, right? Is an interesting read. Okay, so thought this was interesting as well. She says, second, immigrants tended to settle in parts of the country experiencing strong job growth. So strong job growth basically means where the money's at, economic mobility. Okay, that they're getting economic mobility, because if you're willing to move somewhere else, and this is something important, this is something I keep telling you guys about repatriation. If you're willing to move somewhere else for economic reasons, you're likely to do better than the people who do not move for economic reasons, especially if they find themselves in situations where their economy is declining. And this is something that was happening all over the Black South. A lot of those black communities, I've played a video for you guys before, a lot of those black communities were in economically declining positions. Okay, and so you have the black migration from the South into the cities, right? Because the towns that they were in were not necessarily economically not economically advancing, and therefore there was not strong job growth. And this happens all over Africa too. A lot of people go to Lagos from wherever they were before because they figure, hey, look, I need to go where the jobs are, right? I need to grab a job. Right? So say immigrants tended to go to, because if you guys don't know about what's the highest paying group, the highest paying demographic in America are Indian immigrants, because the Indian immigrants are coming into tech jobs. Okay? They're coming into tech jobs in America. You see what I'm saying? So if you're willing to, and now India's not rich, India's not, so on and so forth, but if you're willing to go to America to pick up on a tech job, and people who know what tech job means in America, it basically means 6 figures and up, right? If you're willing to go to America to get a tech job, then you're going to be a part of, and you're doing this as a demographic, then your demographic is probably going to be of the richer, so on and so forth. Now, if you're in the same area as other people without strong job growth, then of course you're not going to experience, so on and so forth. But let's keep going on this. So this gave them an edge over their native-born Americans who were firmly rooted in places with faltering economies. Okay, immigrants are good at doing something difficult, leaving behind relatives, which is hard. They're telling you, everybody's telling you, leaving behind your friends, leaving behind the familiarity of home, but leaving in search of prosperity. Sorry. So you're leaving poverty in search of prosperity, which is something that a lot of black people are not even going to do. A lot of Americans are not going to do. Right? The economists found that the native-born Americans who do what immigrants do, that is, move towards opportunities, have children who are just as upwardly mobile as the children of immigrants. Okay? Now I want you to realize this. If you if you make the difficult choice of leaving your family, leaving your friends, leaving your home to get a better life, right? You're already going to look at the people who don't in a way. You're already going to say, don't associate with the people who don't. And the thing is this, you hear this from African Americans themselves. There was one African American who was like, hey man, if you want to get wealthy, you got to leave the hood, and you got to leave the hood mentality behind. You can't have the cheap mindset. You have to have a mindset of luxury. Because if you go by the cheap mindset, if you go by the I can't afford that mindset, if you go by the so on and so forth mindset, it's a hamper on you. You won't do things that you would do if you were bold and said, look, I'm in search of prosperity. Right now, I have this portfolio. It went down, but I have a portfolio just for when it goes up. You understand? And that's the difference between me and the person who doesn't risk. Because, see, the person who doesn't risk is going to have as much money as I had before. And they're going to have more money than me right now. But when my money go up, if it goes up, if it doesn't, who knows? Who cares? But if it goes up, then I'm going to have more money than the person who didn't risk. Now, of course, I risk and it's down, so, they have more money than me. That's fine. But the risk is where the rewards are. But this is an important thing. So I want you to realize, because remember, this lady here is descended from a people or a people group who left their stuff behind in order to seek prosperity. And they've gone into the belly of the beast, into these white areas where the job growth is good. Sometimes they go to the white areas, right? They go to the white areas where the job growth is, where the job opportunities are there, and they prosper thusly. And so they're going to look at you, who a lot of us who don't take those risks. A lot of us who make excuses. The same thing that she just said. Look, good at doing something difficult. We all know it's difficult to leave behind your relatives and friends in your home. We know it's difficult. We talk about it. I can't leave my family. I can't leave my mom. I'm sorry. I can't leave my mom. Oh, no, I got my friends here. You know? Even my son's mother is like, she don't want to leave New York because she don't want to be too far from my son. Now, that's going to hamper her economically. You understand? And that's a good thing. You don't want to leave your son. But it's still going to hamper you economically for the person who says, look, I could go there. Oh, I'll leave my son. A lot of people from Africa have families back home. Left them. Made that choice. I'm not going to be in your life. I'm not going to see you every day. I'm not going to be able to read to you at night. But I'm going to have some money. And you might say, man, well, you know, money's not everything. That's good. You think that. That's fine. But don't complain when the other person has money. You know what I mean? So I don't know if we actually have to listen to this person again. Let me see what the comments are like. Let me see if they're... So Tanzan, I don't know why. She said this before I played the video, so I don't know what it's means. She says, wow, sad. Why couldn't they copy her and eschewing from the madness? We copy them and everything else. Afrojam says, when people immigrate from Jamaica from other races, don't associate with Africans. Afrojam says, when people immigrate from Jamaica, them other races don't associate with Africans from Jamaica. I don't know what other races, but yeah. Sugar Happy says, I mean, she just said she relates more to an Indian in Jamaica. That sounds like that out of many, one people, which is pretty integrationist. No, all right, so I'm going to explain what she says in a bit. Afrojam says, plus, yeah, that needs to be removed. Only 2 countries in the Americas have a higher percentage of that is black. Amma Buckman says, when I was teaching in the Bronx, I met people who had never been to Manhattan. It's very hard to be economically mobile if you not leave a neighborhood, much less a state or a country. But as a Pan-Africanist, we can never embrace someone who is ambivalent about identifying as black. So again, no. So I'm going to go into what she was saying, just to clarify. Because, you know, her patois might be a little different from everybody else, which I could appreciate. I actually could understand patois. I don't speak it, but I could understand it. So Amma Buckman was saying about the economically. One point I was, you know, encouraging people to come to my meetings, and I'm standing outside, and the brother approaches me, and he's like, hey, did you know that, like he finally walked out of his neighborhood, okay? Finally walked out of his neighborhood, and he was looking at some, like a Jewish person's store, and he's just looking at it, like, is this open? Is it closed? I don't know. And like somebody walked up to him and said, what are you doing, right? Why are you looking into this store, this closed store, you know? And he's like, well, there's no gate. Right? There's no gate chaining up the store, so I'm not sure if it's open or not. They're like, no, we don't put gates up at night in our stores. Like, you know, they didn't say we watch our community, but, you know, pretty much it's implied by the fact that he approached the guy that they watch their own community. And he's like, oh, I never saw that. And so it dawned on me that this dude never even left his neighborhood. Oh, all right, sorry. I'm a book and said the same thing. No, she's not speaking Jamaican. She got an accent, though. You know what I mean? She's not speaking Jamaican, but she got, I don't know. Do y'all understand her? Cause I'll be listening to y'all people saying like, what is she saying? How could she say this stuff? So I'm gonna play it just to translate.
And I came to the United States when I was 17 to go to college.
Okay, so she came to the United States at 17 to go to college, right? I know you guys are like, she just said that, but 17 is significant. She's basically an adult by the time she comes to, by the time she leaves her country. And she's leaving just to go to college. Okay, so she had her upbringing in Jamaica, had a Jamaican education, Jamaican friends, Jamaican life. She was 17, right? And then she said, look, I want to study a subject that's probably not being offered in Jamaica, right? I want to study a subject, and so therefore I'm going to America.
So I will start off with the fact that I never really saw myself as a black person.
Okay, so when she says I never saw myself as a black person, it goes back to that other video earlier where they were like, you're not black, you're Jamaican. Okay, so that's the Amma's, Amma's, thing where she says, Amma says, ambivalence is foolish. Tanzan says ambivalence is foolish and dangerous at this point. It smacks of cowardice. So she wasn't speaking Patois, just had her accent. I mean, I understood her clearly. She just sounds like an integrationist. Yeah. So basically, she's not saying that she's not black. She's saying she's not black American. Like, I never identified as Black American. The only thing is that the way how we use Black is we kind of interchange it with African, right? But the way how a lot of Black Americans use Black is that Black means Black American. Basically, Black basically means FBA. That's why the delineation thing is not really that bad, because for a long time, we kind of just conflate the two. Yeah, so Kofi says she means African American. Yeah. So when she says, I don't see myself as Black, she's saying, I don't see myself as African American, which is actually, like, again, go to the probabilistic distribution, it's not that bad. When I was younger, I did see myself as African American, so I was probably here, right? But if you grew up in Jamaica for 17 damn years, right, and then you come to America, you're looking at everybody as a foreigner. You understand? Again, perception and perspective. You're looking at everybody as a foreigner, and you're not seeing yourself as the same group of people that are there, because you clearly came from another country. When I was younger, my father remarried, and he married this woman from Jamaica, and he brought his sisters there. I got some stepsisters out of the blue, right? And so we had, like, at that time, there was AOL and AOL chat. And my stepsister was typing, like, she's articulate to me, right? Like, I could understand her. Obviously, she had a Jamaican patois or whatever. But when she was typing to other people on their AIM messages, she would purposely misspell things in order to simulate the patois slang. Okay? And the thing is this, what's interesting is that if you look at, like, say, YouTube, you look at Jamaican videos and you scroll through the comments, you'll notice that the English that they're using in the comments of Jamaican videos is oftentimes going to be, me can't do this, blah, blah, blah. And the thing is that that's how they're going to speak. So, again, she's not going to identify herself as an African American. Now, me, I would type just like an African American. And in fact, I would type like a white American and an African American. So I would, be like, like, for instance, want to, N-word, you gay or something like that. I didn't really use the N-word like that, but that was a phrase from the Boondocks, so I would use that sometimes. But, I would talk like, nah, man, shit, that's just wow, or whatever. And I would just kind of type like an African American. So again, there's the probabilistic curve. Now, obviously, she was born in Jamaica, so being cooked in Jamaica longer, or being more Jamaican than me, right? Although we both had Jamaican parents, obviously, but being more Jamaican than me, she's going to follow along this probabilistic curve, whereas I'm going to follow along this probabilistic curve. And so I might identify as an African American, notwithstanding being a Jamaican, right? And she's going to identify as a Jamaican, because she is. And so that's what this lady's saying. It's not so much that she's saying, oh, I'm not Black. She's saying, I'm a foreigner. And she is. And the thing is this, I'll say this right here, just to compound this point. One time a long time ago, right? I'm in, maybe 5-10 years ago, right? I'm in Brooklyn, and there's these Jamaicans and these Nigerians quarreling in the streets, like they're going to beef with each other. And then these African Americans are like, one African American says, man, Black people can't get along. We just can't, blah, 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 blah. And another African American says, they aren't Black people, they're African. And I'm just like, what? And the other Black American is like, what? Right? But it is a mindset. And again, it's a probabilistic curve. There are going to be, because there are, like I said, I've been in relationships with women. In fact, my coworker, who was a Black woman, a Black American woman, was telling me that I'm not Black. She's like, and obviously conveniently, sometimes she'd be like, Black men, and then, then I'm a Black guy. But other times she's like, oh, you're not Black, you're Jamaican. So this is just the other side of it, of people engaging you and telling you, hey, you're not Black, and then you kind of conceding, you know what? Realistically speaking, I'm not Black. And I mean, I actually had that concession shortly before ADOS became a thing. Somebody was engaging me and says, look, you don't have roots here. You don't have generations here. You're in the New York experience. You're not in the traditional African American experience. You're not an African American. And I said, you know what? That's actually true. You know? Now, I don't necessarily go by, well, I'm not black, but she's not necessarily saying she's not black because she later on clarifies, yes, I am black by characterization, but I don't see myself as a black American. But she doesn't say American. She just says black because black is a synecdoche. For those of you who don't know that word, I remember the PSATs was like synecdoche. This is a good word for you guys to pick up on. A synecdoche is a figure of speech in which a part is made to represent the whole or vice versa. As in, when you say Cleveland won by 6 runs, Cleveland, you really mean the Cleveland's baseball team and not the city of Cleveland. But you just say Cleveland won by 6 runs. It's a figure of speech that is, and so that's what black means here. So black can be interpreted as a synecdoche for black Americans, but because it's such a catch-all word, we may use it differently and say, oh, well, yeah, you're black because of your complexion. But again, yeah.
I still don't, of course, if someone asks me if I'm black, of course I'm black in terms of, how society uses the term.
See, of course I'm black in terms of how society uses the term. Now she's going to go on and say, explain, but look, as a Jamaican, I'm actually more culturally related to Jamaican people, even of my own nation.
To describe someone with a certain skin color, I don't really care about that. But a lot of the people that I meet in America who are from America, who are raised here and are black, mostly black people really ever bring this up with me because I think they assume that I share their beliefs or perspectives. They see black as who they are and their identity, and if you're not acknowledging their struggle or the struggle of their ancestors or the struggle of black people, then I don't know, I guess you are naive or you don't really care about that history or you are not acknowledging them.
So look, of course then she gets cut off. So you don't know what she could have said after that. Could have been more redeemable, could have been irredeemable, whatever. But you don't know what it was. They just cut it off to another clip and that's it, right? Obviously her car ride didn't end right there and she was teleported magically into another location. I do want to speak on that a little bit. Let me speak on that just a little bit before I go into the comments. So what she's saying there is, yeah, she comes from another land with its own history. Now, I'll tell you guys this. I don't know Jamaican history. Okay, sometimes people ask me, hey, why don't you talk about Jamaica? Why are you only talking about America? I don't know Jamaican history. I don't know Jamaican historians. Okay, when I was in Jamaica, I was hanging out with my cousin. My cousin was like, she was like, what do you want to buy? Do you want to buy anything here? And I was like, okay, I guess I'll buy this Jamaican history book. I opened it a little bit. I barely read it, but I don't know anything about Jamaica. One time my cousin was telling me, in fact, she was like, oh, you know that I met this guy and he's a descendant of Sam Sharp. And isn't that impressive? And I'm like, I don't know who Sam Sharp is at that time. It's a shame. It's sad. It's disturbing. But I don't learn Jamaican history. What I know is African American history. And the thing is that, like I had this African American coworker, like I was telling you, she was like, you can't ever understand African American history. When I had earlier, I saw a debate with this dude about Nelly Fuller Jr. called PC, and he was like, you can't understand African American history because you're people not from here. And like at some point, I'm realizing, you know what? Maybe I can't. Maybe I really can't understand African American history. Because sometimes, I hear African, like for instance, Brother Bakari might be talking about something, and then he's like, oh, yeah, that person, blah, 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 from blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I don't even know who that is. But he's lived there. He's lived this experience. I'm just an immigrant. Now you have to, or I'm a descendant of immigrants, right, who don't have a deep connection to America, and they severed my connection from Jamaica. And my connection to Africa was already severed too, so I realistically cannot relate to any other people. But Here's the thing. This woman can relate to Jamaica. And so now she comes in. So if I come to America and people say, hey, man, this is what we got to do. We're black people, blah, blah, blah. I buy into it. Why? Because I don't know anything else. You can't tell me about the struggle of Kingston and Maypen and Clarendon. You can't tell me about none of that because I don't know them. I actually never been to Kingston. Well, except for the airport. Never been. Never walked around Kingston, the biggest city in Jamaica. The pirate haven. You know, all I know is that maybe there were pirates once upon a time. Maybe there were white pirates trading rum once upon a time. I don't know. Picked it up off a video game. I don't know. But she does. And so now you go into her and you got to know your history. You don't know your history as a black person? She's like, no, I do know my history as a black person. It's in Jamaica. Not in America. And they're like, oh, well, if you don't know your history, if you don't know African American history, then you naive. But nobody would go up to an African American and say, if you don't know Jamaican history, you naive. See, if they come to me and say, you don't know Jamaican history, you're naive, that makes sense. Because I should know Jamaican history. I know Egypt. You know, never been to Egypt. You know what I'm saying? I know Twi, I know, Yoruba, you know. I don't know Jamaica. And that's just the thing. So she's saying, look, I come from a place where I learned my history. And when I come here, people are engaging me and telling me that I'm naive and I don't appreciate them for blah, 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 blah. And all I did was come here to go to college. I didn't come here to join in no freaking struggle. Because you shouldn't have. You don't go to no country to join no struggle. You don't have to. It might be good to. But you don't have to. You know what I mean? The Indian man who comes here to engage in the computer science technology didn't come here to join no Indian struggle. I mean, you could say, well, you should. And yeah, sure, he should. I'm not saying he shouldn't. But if he didn't, and again, you don't know the experiences she might have went through. Because we're going to show some videos of experiences that some people go through in America that kind of turns them away. You understand? You know, a lot of people don't recognize that there's a lot of negative experiences you could have in America. When you go back to this bell curve, you're going to have, like, let's say these are the positive experiences to the right, and these are the negative experiences to the left. And this probability basically means the higher the probability, that means that the more likely it's going to happen, right? This is going to be another country where you're going to have, more probabilistically, you're going to have good experiences. Or let's say over a certain velocity. Let's say over this velocity right here is the good experiences, right? So you're going to have a bunch of bad experiences, but you're going to have a lot more bad experiences inside of this thing. You're going to have, in America, you're going to have what's called anti-blackness. It's so freaking universal that if you do not, like, a lot of people are going to come here and they're going to be turned off from black folk if they don't know what's going on. See, I was born here from babyhood. You know what I'm saying? I was born here. So I know what's going on. But I'm not going to say that if I come here if I was 17, like I'm not going to say that when I go to Ghana or when I go to any country in Africa that I know everything about every demographic and everything from jump. I'm not going to say I do. I'm not going to, and I don't think anybody's going to put that expectation on me. The only people who put that expectation on you, in her experience, were black Americans. And that's what she's saying. That's what she's saying. She's like, look, I come to this country at 17. I learned my history. And I did not learn all the nuances of your country, but I see that men are beating up women here. And I don't like it. I see that the women hate men here. I don't identify with this. I tell y'all, I don't know if I'll tell y'all this, but when I was in Africa, the way how I was not treated as a criminal was just shocking. You know, I still remember, in fact, just recently, I messaged, there was this puzzle on Twitter. I put it up, and then somebody from Africa contacted me, to try to solve the puzzle. They got it wrong, but it was still interesting. We engaged, and then she said, hey, do you want to talk to my sister? And I'm like, whoa, what the fuck, right? No, she's like, it's her sister's birthday. And I'm like, okay, cool, that's good for you, right? And she's like, do you want to talk to my sister? No, she just sends me her sister's number. And it's like, what the fuck? Because if you don't know, her sister's 16. In America, people do not treat you in such a way that they will give you a 16-year-old's phone number. But in Africa, because nobody suspects anything of you. Nobody thinks, oh man, this is a motherfucking pedophile. They say, here's my sister's number. You know? And of course, I'm just sending her books. But even so, it still made me uncomfortable. A lot of people listening are like, shit, she better, that's why they got colonized, because they too trusting. You know, and that's fine. But the reality is that you're being treated like a criminal as a black person. As a black person in America, if I invite a woman to my house, she has to tell everybody under the sun where she's going. Okay? She has to tell people, she has to set up ways for me to be punished in case I go out of line. I have no intentions of hurting people, but I'm treated like a criminal. Why am I treated like a criminal? Because in America, the black man, the court, if you were to delineate, because that's what I'm saying, like, eventually that same African-American coworker that don't like me, she was like, you know what, in retrospect, it might just be the black Americans that I don't like. She didn't like me because I was Jamaican, but she said it might just be the black Americans that are mistreating their women. But if she could say that, what do you think another woman, a person from another country will say? That's what's really important. But we're gonna go into the chat just for now, because I know a lot of people don't like to hear this, but you know, we're gonna talk like IS is. Whitman says, no, let's see. She calls Indians from Jamaica and Indian. Wait, hold on a second. We're going back. Damn, there's like a lot of comments. Hold on a second. I didn't know there's that many comments. Why doesn't she specify African American? So Afrojam says, why doesn't she specify African American? Or why doesn't she specify African American? That's what black means. Like to some people in some environments, that's what black means African American at this point. You know, when you say, oh, like what happens is this: when you're in America, black means African American. You know, black is the subcategory in the American lexicon. It's like an ethnic group in the American, like on the American census, it like basically says black or African American. So when I sign out on the American census, I have to put down black or African American. You know what I mean? Like black, like we might specify African American, but like black is literally what the group is in America. You know, just like when you go to when you go to Ghana or something, right? White is going to mean any white group, whether it's the white indigenous people there. Oh no, it's going to mean the white indigenous people there. It's not necessarily going to mean the British Dutch traveler, although he might be grouped in the same category. He's not necessarily going to be the same kind of people historically. You know what I mean? But Trigger Happy says, I mean, again, I don't disagree with that. People that argument with Dominicans too, but I don't think we can ignore the fact that she got some other philosophies of thought too. Well, I don't know. Like, I don't know this lady. I'll tell you all that. I don't know this lady, just like I don't know Cootie. From what she's saying, I'm going by the whole, why are you booing her? She's right. You understand? Afrojam says, you think people in Jamaica don't call themselves black? That's interchange in an American thing. Yeah. I mean, yeah. In a Jamaica, black means you're Jamaican. You understand? It means a black Jamaican. You understand? So even when I went to Jamaica, I'll say it this way. When I went to Jamaica, before I went to Jamaica, my family was telling me, don't talk or they're going to call you a Yankee. They're going to treat you like a Yankee. You know? And like technically they would, the rumor is that they will, like, you can't haggle down if you're an American pretty much. You know? Or they will charge you more if they hear that you're an American because they know you have more money. So it's not so much that it's like, yeah, black in Jamaica means the indigenous Jamaican. You know, and so if somebody goes to Jamaica and they're like, hey, black, like there's a black struggle in Jamaica going on, and you're an African American, you might not necessarily jump into the Jamaican struggle because you might be on some other stuff. Like you might be going to college or something. But you're not going to identify as a black Jamaican. But black just means black in Jamaica. So you're like, yeah, I'm black, but I know that I don't have the same problems as the people in Jamaica. You understand? Because I'm coming there like a rich person. You know, but of course, it's even more nuanced than that. Like, we're going to go into neighborhoods and all that kind of stuff. Because, you know, in America, like I said, like the African American coworker, because I was, you know, just talking to this person quite a bit because work is boring. But African American coworker was going on about how they live in Detroit or something, and there are certain areas you would not go if you were if you were from like you wouldn't like I think like Eminem talked about 8 Mile and 9 Mile. So there's like different streets. There's like 8 Mile, there's 9 Mile and 10 Mile or whatever. I don't know. But if you're from the 8 Mile region, you're not going to the 9 Mile region, right? Because you know that the blacks over there are going to mistreat you on sight. But here's the thing. If you coming from another country, you don't know 8 Mile, 9 Mile. Just like I don't know. I've never been to Detroit. I don't know which street is good. I just avoid Detroit entirely. And if you're from another nation, you're just going to avoid the people entirely. That's the logical thing to do. You understand? Unless you know the area, just avoid them. And we're gonna see some evidence why. You know, I mean, I know people don't want to hear this, but this is the perception versus perspective. Because see, we have this perception based off of us being here, but we have to allow for the reality that not everybody's going to share our perception and perspective. You know, I still don't go up to the Bronx. I still don't go to Queens. You know, I've been to the Bronx like maybe 1 or 2 times. I saw a bunch of shit all over the floor, like dog shit, just all over the floor. Like people like walk their dog over there to shit, and it was in front of my aunt's job or something. And I'm just like, nah, this place is too dirty for me. Now I don't know what area this was, but it was like this place is too dirty for me. But anyway, let's see. Alma says, I don't understand how she could feel this way about the word black given Jamaica's race history. I have plenty of Jamaicans who spend their formative in Jamaica and they know the difference between race and nationality. She's on some I am beyond race stuff and she's using being foreign to evade racial questions. I don't see it. Again, she's being realistic. She's being realistic. Aberdam says, I think you're confusing it only with due respect. No, it's all good, bro. I mean, look, I'm about to clarify. I'm showing y'all. Because we don't know what these people go through. I'm going to show you guys some videos of essentially people being abused for, not like just maybe 2 videos, of people being abused for being immigrants. And you got to realize that this is the real human experience. See, what we like to do is we like to go between reality and ideality. You know, back to the distribution graph, right? Back to the equation, right? We like to go through reality and ideality. We want everything to be this at this point, or we want everything to be at this point. Okay, let's say this is a good point. We want everything to be at this point. Reality is that you don't have everything at this point. You have a lot of things over here. And people go through this to the point where they just turn off. You understand? They just turn off. Because you could have come here and said, you know, I want to bond with the black folk over here. And then they say, you're a dirty ass immigrant. Like I said, like my coworker was just like on my ass. Oh, you Jamaicans, you beat women and shit. You know? She's telling me this. You understand? You Jamaicans beat women. You guys, you guys are blah, 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 blah. You know, blah, 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 blah. And at some point you say to yourself, you know what? Yeah, I don't want to deal with this person anymore. And that's just that one person. But what if it's not just one person? What if it's all like 10 people? Because she's telling you from the beginning, she says, I get a lot of questions from other people pushing this on to me. A lot. And we don't, I don't personally go through that. But just imagine you from another country and people are telling you you're ignorant, you're naive, over and over again. How are you supposed to respond? Now, you might say your response should be to just shut the fuck up. That's fine. But you don't live in her shoes. You don't know her experience. She's fed up. You know, and we could go psychoanalyze her afterward, but you have to recognize that this is a reaction. You have to recognize this as a reaction. Let's see. Trigger Happy says, I mean, for the average everyday person, they'll probably concede because they don't know the dynamics of the confusion from the person who is saying you are not black. We know the deliberations. Exactly. We know this. You know, I mean, we're talking about the average person. We're going by the distribution curve. If you're going by what you would do, that's fine. You may do some pretty damn good shit today. But the average person is not going to go through all that. Like what we just saw Sharika Jackson do was phenomenal. Most athletes would say, yeah, I think FloJo was doping. Most people think FloJo was doping. Okay? I went back and watched the video and I was like, okay, maybe she wasn't doping. I don't know, but FloJo was pretty fast. You know what I'm saying? But the way how Sharika Jackson did it was phenomenal. But you can't expect everybody to react like Sharika Jackson. There's this other, I can't remember, I'm surprised nobody mentioned her, the African American athlete. But the African American athlete, she's just like talking shit about everybody. And it's like, that's fine. Again, the probabilistic curve. This is thermodynamics. This is real life. Real life on a molecular level. You know? And go back to my definition, microverses and so on and so forth. But I'm just keep reading the comments just to get through them before we get into further. Afrojam says she calls Indians from Jamaica Indian. She just claims to be Jamaican. She doesn't claim to be black. Exactly. She claims to be Jamaican. Or a black Jamaican. Yeah. She claims to be a Jamaican. Yeah. But she knows the difference between two races, but she's saying culturally. And I'm going to explain that soon. Trigger Happy says, and the person saying such nonsense, we would know that they are foolish. We would, but again, if you hear it enough, you know, it is. Alan Beltman says, black Americans who say they are not black, they are African, are just as problematic. We should not concede any ground to any of these divisive people, whether they are American or Jamaicans. Yeah, sure, you shouldn't concede, like you could say that. Again, it's about reality versus ideality and about your exposure to experiences. If your experience is pretty much, you're not black, you're Jamaican. You're not black, you're an African. You sold us into slavery. Okay? You are a African booty scratcher. If that's your experience, how you react to that, it's like I said, you know, it's like I'm gonna say this a little later, but you know, I don't like when women say black men are rapists. Okay, I don't like when they say that. But if a black woman was raped, I will not hold it against her if she says a black man raped me or a black man raped me. I won't hold it against her. I can't. How you react to your trauma is how you react to your trauma. It's like when my mother passed away. All of her sons reacted differently. One of them drank a bunch. Me, I kind of just, you know, sat, mourned, you know, when the time came. Other brother was full of tears, you know, from jump, you know. Everybody reacts differently to trauma. And for us to sit up and, you know, talk about the ideal world, you know, we should not concede any ground to divisive people. Everybody's is problematic. No, the problem is that you're in this environment that is conducive towards black hatred. And how you react to that is you say, some people, a lot of people, most people, many people say we're not gonna identify with blackness. We're not. A lot of those anime kids, you know, like when I was in high school, you know, a lot of black kids were turning towards anime, were turning towards cartoons, were turning toward anything just to not be in the quote unquote black culture. Okay? A lot of kids were turning away from black American culture as it was portrayed in the media, you know, the quote unquote gangster culture. And you might say, well, they know that, you know, and a lot of people were identifying as Oreos. Like I remember I met this one little black girl. I was like, you know, she looked a little exotic. So I said, hey, what's your ethnicity? Right? And she said, oh, I'm an Oreo. And it hurt me. But I understood it. A lot of people are trying to distance themselves from the black American culture. The only difference is that if you were born in America, you're going to distance yourself by going to Japan. You're going to distance yourself by going to England. You're going to distance, you know, I'm doing rock. I'm dressing emo. I'm going a faggot way. I don't know. Whatever. Right? Whereas if you're from another country, you don't have to do any of that subculture shit. You just go by your own culture. Period. Even the sister from Detroit, like I was telling y'all, she would tell me that black folk will tell her that she's not talking with enough slang because her family's from a middle class background. And they will be dismissive of her. You understand? But we allow that. We accept that. But then when somebody comes from another background entirely, we look at it like, why would you do that? When everybody else is doing it. All of us are doing it. All of us are making a conscious effort to not be the worst of us. The only difference is that if we're in America, we have a perception of saying, well, you know what? That's a subculture. It's the largest subculture, but it's a subculture. But when you're from the outside, you don't know you don't know if it's a subculture. or you don't know how to navigate that subculture. So the best advice from your another country, I'm telling you the truth, the best advice is to just leave it alone. That's the best advice. That's the best advice. Because we're gonna go into this. Trigger Happy says, agreed, Amma. Real Black Gentleman says, Ashe for the grammar lesson. Yeah, no problem. All right. Trigger Happy says, a Pan-African philosophy that is embedded within the culture essentially solves this, but most people don't have the mindset, of course. Exactly. Most people. You got to go by what most people are going by. Most people do not have the solution at hand, so you cannot, if you're a foreigner, you cannot go by this reaction because you will get yourself killed. Okay? If I go up to the wrong, and look, everybody, all of us know this. You go up to the wrong black person with this, hey man, you fight. Like we just saw an interview yesterday on Shoot the Breeze between Mike Tyson and Kenan Thompson. Kenan Thompson is going by the, hey, we're all kings. And Mike Tyson is getting ready to beat the shit out of him for calling him a king. Mike Tyson is ready to kill him on camera for calling him a king. When you understand this, as a foreigner, you say to yourself, I'm not going to talk to either of them because I don't know which of them is Mike Tyson. You understand? Because see, when you're in Nigeria, you already know to avoid what neighborhood you can in Lagos. Like, when you're in Lagos, you already know what neighborhood to avoid in Lagos. When you're in Nigeria, but you're not in Lagos, you already know to avoid Lagos. But when you're from Ghana, you already know to avoid Nigeria. Is that complicated? Because it's like by your perception and your perspective, it goes back to Muhammad Ali's story about, how if there's 1,000 snakes outside your door and only 100 of them are poisonous, do you open the gates? No. Afrojam says most Americans are confused on race, nationality, ethnicity, citizenship, and language group. Yep. Trigger Happy says also, again, I honestly think there are some differences with some particular immigrants because some immigrants intermingle with blacks here too, some don't. She is clearly one of them who didn't. No, she's clearly one of them who did. She's clearly one of them who did, and then she's been accosted and accused of not falling in line to what they want. Not erasing her identity to assume somebody else's identity. And she was just holding firm to her identity, and now we're calling her a coon for it. For basically not erasing her identity to become an African American. Bit of Medicine says, in the Bahamas, we know ourselves as black, not letting anyone gatekeeper my being black. Black equals African. Yeah, I mean, black equals African in the Pan-African community. Kofi says, Jay Rogers, who's Jamaican. Of course I know Jay Rogers. Trigger Happy says, arrow. Afrojam says it's not only a black thing. I've heard Americans call people Spanish who are from Mexico and Puerto Rico. Most people don't know no friggin' history. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, especially Americans. That's what I'm saying. Because if you approach somebody who has a different background from you, as an African American, you should, like how I approach people with different backgrounds, like immigrants, I kind of allow for them to be immigrants. I don't preach to them, oh, well, you're an African American too. You should belong to blah, blah, blah. I say, look, I mean, if you're here for, your studies, go about your studies. Like, I respect that for them. What we're seeing is that she was not respected. But we're not peeping that because we just hear her disrespect. Africa says of all backgrounds. Most people don't know freaking history of all backgrounds. In America, definitely. Americans are notoriously ignorant. Learning Curve says black equals African struggles are the same globally. There is betrayal that keeps happening to us, all that we are desperately trying to ignore. That's true. Bit of Medicine says agreed. Damn, we got like a whole bunch. Oh, Shikari is the name, yeah. Afrojam says a lot of Jamaicans are into this thought. That motto really represents something in the people's mind. Not everyone, but a lot. No, I'm going to go into what that means, okay, Afrojam? Just hold on. We're going to just play it first. Shikari says, Kofi says you mean Shikari. Yeah, Shikari. Like, Shikari is what you shouldn't do, but you should expect it on a probabilistic curve. Trigger Happy says, I slightly disagree with that. How you react to your trauma does mean you are correct. Doesn't mean it should be invalidated. But if it's incorrect, it is simply incorrect. Yeah, I mean, look, if a woman gets raped and then she starts killing men randomly, I mean, it's not correct per se, but that's her reaction. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't say, yeah, go ahead and kill me because you fucking got, like, somebody else did something to you. Obviously, I wouldn't say that. But at the same time, what I'm saying is that, but like, again, from the probabilistic curve, that's a possibility. You go by what's possible, because we're in the real world. In the ideal world, woman gets assaulted, she kills the person who assaults her, or she Realistically, maybe she arrest the guy who assaults her. I don't know, right? But like that's the ideal world. But in the real world, what happens when something bad happens to a woman is that she's traumatized. Probabilistically, some women doesn't even impact them. Some women are angry at men. Some women distance themselves from men. There's a range of reactions. That's what the probabilistic mindset is about, right? Trigger Happy goes, instead of accepting what they are saying because of their experiences, you look at their experiences and how that is a part of the macro. We have to deal in solving, if not comforting their experiences. Yep, you're not going to solve. The issue is that you're never going to solve it in America. You're never going to solve it in America because what's happening in America is so bad for black people where it's like, literally, I was in a space the other day and they said all of us have anti-blackness in us. All of us have anti-blackness in us. You will not hear that in any other group. You will not sit in the Chinese group and somebody says, all of us have anti-Chinese sentiments. You will not sit in a Russian group and hear, all of us have anti-Russian sentiments. You will not even sit in an American circle and hear, all of us have anti-American sentiments. You hear that in America, among black people, which tells you a lot. And so when people have anti-black sentiments settled here, right, you're never going to win. Never. And so you're going to have this probabilistic range. You're going to. So we can't say we're going to solve the macro because you can't solve it. How are you going to solve something where everybody is probabilistically attuned towards being anti-black? And it's not that everybody is, but it's not even awkward to say that. It'd be awkward in Chinatown. It'd be awkward in Israel. It'd be awkward in Russia. But it's normal. Trigger Happy says, because the average everyday person in the black world has these divisive sensibilities, ideology comes in to combat that. I agree. You should have ideology, but you got to be realistic. Ideology is idealistic, but you have to be realistic too. Otherwise, we can simply be nihilistic about it. Yeah, I mean, sure. Mike Donny Curve says, the Mike Tyson thing might have been a promotion hype for his new Hulu show. Note about last night. Trigger Happy says, by intermingling, I mean living around black people. Going to college isn't the same to me. There are some immigrants who live around black Americans is what I meant. Yeah, look, I'm an immigrant living around black Americans, man. Afro Jam says, yeah. Trigger Happy says, I mean, yeah, if that's where you're going, that it can't be solved in America, I mean, yeah, I can understand that. But do you not think we have the sensibilities in Africa too? No, the anti-black sense, that's what I'm saying, you don't. You don't have it as deeply. You have some, but like I said, the woman was just like, hey, you can like talk to my daughter or some shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like it's just like the whole, hey, I hate black men and I hate black women thing is really kind of an American phenomenon at this point. It's really an American phenomenon at this point. You know? And we just don't have that. Like, you don't have it. It's this, again, probabilistically, you might find some of it, but most of the times, no. People are not hating on you. People don't feel unsafe around you just on the merit of you being a black man. You know? But you're going to see later on, like in the next section on the manginas, you're going to see some people who are like, there's this one guy who like literally hits a woman with a car and then hits her car with his car and then gets out of his car and punches her, breaks her nose. And you're telling people, well, this is what's happening and you should associate with them if you have an opportunity not to. And the reality is this, that most of us wouldn't associate with this guy. And people in the comments of that guy's thing are saying to kill him. Trigger Happy says, there are somewhat the same obstacles we have on the continent too, but I understand what you mean in regards to America. Yeah, I mean, somewhat. But again, you know, we're just projecting. And that's what she's actually complaining about. The way how we just project on other people what's going on in America as if it's the universal experience. And then saying that we're naive if we don't concede to that. But meanwhile, what's going on in America is actually very, very, it's very negative. But we're not seeing it. We're projecting onto other people. You know? Afrojam says anti-black is common in black countries too, though. Yeah. I mean, again, probabilistically, right? But you're going to see what I'm talking about. Real Black Gentleman says immigration from a black perspective is relative in comparison to the multiple slave trades. Trigger Happy says, well, you probably have to clarify anti-black sentiments because I'd say the continent definitely has Afrophobic sentiments. Maybe not other things like the gender wars, but it's there. Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing though. People can see the gender wars from afar and be like, yeah, I don't want to deal with those kind of, like, I don't want to deal in that kind of relationship. I don't want to have relationships with people who are at war with me. You understand? Trigger Happy says, and you also have to be realistic in that you will face those things too. Maybe not as much, but it ain't going away. Hence the black world, we're all insane. You see what I'm saying about the projection thing? This is what she's talking about. So again, you know, we have to go by perception and perspective. She's coming from a stable, like she's probably coming from a stable existence in Jamaica that she understood from 17. And then she's coming to this collegiate experience and she's being told, hey, look, this is how you're supposed to view the world. Basically how I view the world. And if not, then, you know, you have a problem. And it's like, I get it. That's why I like what she's saying, because it's exactly what we're saying. It's exactly what we're saying. And Trigger Happy, you know, I like that you're defending it, but that's exactly what she's complaining about. And that's good. Afrojam is like, hey, you're on the roll today. That's a good thing. But that's exactly what she's complaining about. Real Black Gentleman says, black Africans were moved around within Africa itself. And Trigger Happy says, I'm not projecting. I'm actual from the continent. That's why I'm emphasizing this. Yeah, I got you. I got you. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that it's. I'm not saying that it's wrong or right. What I'm saying is that you got to go by what people are experiencing too. So, like you said, it's your experience. You understand? But is it her experience? You understand? Because you're speaking by your experience, she's speaking by her experience, and you're saying her experience is wrong and your experience is right. And she's saying she doesn't like that. You understand? And that's what it really comes down to. Because nobody really likes to hear, oh, your experience is wrong and my experience is right. But look at this.
To this country, everybody is foreign to me. That is, everybody has a different culture.
Everybody is foreign to me when I came to this country.
That is including Black Americans.
Everybody is foreign, including Black Americans. And this makes sense. When I went to Africa, right? The white people were foreign to me, but so were the black people. And I was never going to tell you that I was a black Ghanaian, which is a synecdoche, and black would there in Ghana would be a synecdoche for, well, Ghanaian would be a synecdoche for somebody indigenous there. I could have ancestry from Ghana as a Jamaican, but I wouldn't say I'm Ghanaian. You understand?
It's very weird that people just think that you automatically share similarities with them just because of the skin color. The only thing I would say is that there's some like shared music.
So she's saying, look, it's weird to say that we have similarities just because of our skin color. You know, just the same. And I'll say it this way. No, we'll go. All right, basically, I'll do it this way. There's this movie came out. Oh, no, I'll explain it after she says about the Indian thing.
Maybe, but that's nothing. Like, I have more in common with an Indian Jamaican than a Black American. Like, everything more in common because we actually grew up in the same culture.
Okay, so now that's the part that people don't like. I have more in common with a Black Indian. No, sorry, with an Indian, with an Indian Jamaican than a Black American, culturally. And we say we don't like that. But look, like I said, why are you booing her? She's right. If I go to Ethiopia, no, I go to Togo, right? If a white American goes to Togo, honestly, in terms of cultural interest, right? Basically, I'll say it this way: there's this movie coming out. It's called Dungeons and Dragons movie, right? White people love that shit. White people love Dungeons and Dragons. I actually like Dungeons and Dragons too. I'm not gonna hold y'all, right? I don't talk about it, but you know I like Dungeons and Dragons, right? Go to Togo. I'm not saying people in Togo don't like Dungeons and Dragons. Dungeons and Dragons is like a white American thing, right? I'm not saying people in Togo don't like Dungeons and Dragons, but what I will say is that on a cultural level, as I say, is your manners and your mannerisms, unfortunately, like especially if a white American like that kind of shit, right? He might be more similar to me in that sense than a Togolese person. I mean, obviously in that sense. I mean, sure, I could say, look, I like the Togolese music. I could learn to like the Togolese music. But on a cultural way of like, let's say, even if you say what kind of books we've read, what kind of thing we engage in, you have to concede that, or like the music that we grew up on. I don't know any Togolese music, right? a white boy. In fact, I was actually at this job, and this white woman sent me a GIF. You know, after the job ended, she sent me a GIF saying, you know, with Fred Flintstone jumping off his thing to say his job's over, or in the other way, this thing is not showing whatever. Or in another way, she or like for instance, another time I was at my job, and then somebody played this song from The Office, you know, like it's time to go or something like that. I don't know. But the whole thing is that realistically, those cultural symbols, the you know, this white American culture is well known to me, is more known to me and known to these white people than it is to than it is probably to the Togolese. You know? Now I know that sounds like, I know that's not what you want to hear. And I know it's not what, but it's like, if you're being realistic, a lot of what we do in America is very similar to what the white Americans do. Now, I think Afrojan's about to talk about music. Yeah, okay. He's gonna say other thing, but like, let's look at the comments right now before we even get forward. I mean, you don't want to hear this, but this is the truth. Or like, even if you talk about Christianity, so on and so forth. So, and if we didn't go to Togo, we went to like Fulani, right? Yeah, I mean, if a white American is there in Upper Nigeria, I probably would have more in common with this dude than I would with the Fulani. You understand? And it's not a bad thing to say. It's just the reality that, yeah, I grew up in America with the same white boy who grew up in America. You understand? Yeah, a lot of people left for that. Anyway, look, Real Black Gentleman says, as a born black American, I see other blacks worldwide. And I'm just being realistic. Black Africans are moved around the world. Let's see. As a born black American, I see other blacks worldwide as different in their own unique geohistorically sourced ways. Foreign should not infer inferior. No, I'm not saying that. I don't think anybody was saying that they're inferior. I'm not projecting. I'm actually, yeah. So Afrojam says she just hates black Americans. Don't sugarcoat it, right? And I mean, look, I don't know whether she does or not. I'm just going by the video. I hear that maybe in other videos she probably does dislike black Americans. I don't know. But I'm just going by what she's saying. What she's saying about, she probably has more in common with the average, you know, like the average black person in America probably has more in common with the average white person than they do with the average Fulani, right? Is not really an understatement. Like it's not really false. You understand? Like we kind of dress the same, we speak the same language, we have the same religion, we have the same entertainment, we watch the same TV, watch the same, you know, American Idol. We spend our days the same way. We go to the gym, the same gyms. We go to the same movies. Like it's pretty much like you really do. Like you do have a different light from them, obviously. But if you're comparing it to a whole other nation, right? Just because the other person is black, it doesn't mean that you have more cultural similarities. Like that's not the case, right? Trigger Happy says, the only thing I could say with that is timing. Lebanese people and white people on the continent will never be similar to black people on the continent, so that isn't a good example. Will never be the same as white people. No, it's like comparing yourself to the black people there and comparing yourself to the white people in your own country, or in the country of America, right? So like I said, like we would watch, you know, like we would laugh at the same jokes in America. You know what I mean? I don't necessarily find, like I have this friend in you know, let's say in Kenya, right? I have this friend in Kenya who puts up jokes on their status. I don't find them funny, but they're probably funny for her. You know, Afrojam says the transatlantic heritage. Trigger Happy says, plus Indians have been there longer, so they might have picked up some Jamaican mannerisms, but they usually do their own thing when you look at the diaspora to the Caribbean. No, I'm not saying, look, it's not that they're identical. The question is, are they that different? Are they more different from going to a whole other country? Like if in the same country, is their culture that much different from the people outside of the country? You understand? Brother Del Jones breaks this down in his America N-word factory. There are more similarities than music, which doesn't apply. Afrojam says there's more similarities. I mean, technically, the language group, my family's from Jamaica, only know one Indian Jamaica. Most of them have nothing to do with Afro-Jamaicans, so what is common? Again, no, she's talking about culturally. So like, for instance, the I don't know about the Indian Jamaican. I don't know much about the Indian Jamaican, but like I go over what the white American does, that I do, that probably isn't something popular in every part of Africa, So I, for instance, spend a lot of time on my television, or I do podcasts, or I read old European books and African books and so on and so forth. But I read like political books on political ideologies. I go on Twitter a lot. Not to say that people in Africa don't go on Twitter, but it's not necessarily a universal thing that if you go to another country, every country in Africa is going to have a lot of internet access all the damn time. I work at a certain like intellectual labor that like with a bunch of white coworkers and so on and so forth. Like basically on a cultural level, right? You could see the parallel with a lot of white folk in America. Right? Whereas, again, you compare it to a group like the Fulani, right? Which is like Muslim. They might live a life with Islam. They might have like a stricter lifestyle and so on and so forth, with their family upbringing. They might have religiosity. They might have this. They might have that, so on and so forth. I think that that's what she's saying. Okay? That realistically, you don't necessarily have I'm not saying that I wouldn't bond with the Fulani more than I would the white American. I'm not saying that I wouldn't. Okay? What I'm saying is that realistically and probabilistically, some people will make note of that. Because what always surprises me is this guy, Sean Paul. Sean Paul in Jamaica is this cultural icon. He's clearly a white boy. Right? And this happens a lot of times in Jamaica. But the Jamaicans will definitely look up to this guy look up to these white people as a Jamaican with them. You understand? And that's it. Afrojam says most of them have nothing to do with Afro-Jamaicans. So what is common? Yeah. I mean, look, it's the only question of, well, yeah. But then if I were to study these Indian Jamaicans, like I said, if I were to study Black Americans and white Americans, I could see a lot of commonalities. And if I were to compare Black Americans to Ethiopians, or I was to compare Black Americans to Igbo, or Black Americans to whatever, I will not see a lot of commonalities. You understand? I could try to find commonalities, but again, technically, more than likely, you'll find more commonalities with white Americans than with people outside of America. Just the same with Jamaica, you'll find more commonality with Indian Jamaicans than with people outside of Jamaica. On some level. From a real thing. And not to say that that should go in the way of Black solidarity, because it shouldn't. Not to say that it should be a rationale, should it? Because it shouldn't. But I can see how somebody will look at it, and it's realistically a real way to like it depends on how it depends on where she grew up. It depends on where she grew up, but yeah, if she grew up somewhere particularly, then yeah, I could see somebody saying that. Trigger Happy says, I would then have to ask then, what is the point in any of this? I get the sentiment of being realistic, and no one is denying that we have a sense of different geographic developments. That's what I'm saying. It does sound like, what is the point? But so I should like pull back a little bit. But so Trigger Happy's gonna say something. Sean Paul is multiracial, just like Supercat. Yeah. Oh, Supercat multiracial? I thought so too. I'm not gonna hold you. Supercat, but like people would bomb a Supercat. Plus, but like you mentioned that you have your ties severed from Africa, and it's true. You would have to be realistic that you might not be the same as Ghanaian. Somebody was telling you realistically, if you go to Ghana, you probably will not be able to get a political career. Ra says, not all Jamaicans here on the mountains no Caucasoids around wherever. No understand. Yeah, so like people in the even Maroons, for instance, will not really identify with the Jamaicans proper. With the majority of Jamaicans either. But anyway, Trigger Happy says, then what is the point of going to Ghana? So the point is obviously to get power. That's the point. That's always the point. The point of moving anywhere is to get power. Trigger Happy says, like if you have your ties cut off, then what is the point of a cross-national relation that has always been emphasized if you not Ghanaian? Yeah, and so that's what I'm saying. Some people will come to the conclusion of what is the point. So this is probably a lady who came to the conclusion of what is the point. obviously the point is more so to gain power and gain authority and gain control over your life and not be subject to other people. But some people are like, who gives a shit? Like Tariq Nasheed here is like, yeah, I'll be subject to another people. Talbert Swan is like, yeah, I'll be subject to other people. And she's like, yeah, I'll be subject to other people. You understand? Like, that's it.
One more thing I wanted to say that I think other Caribbean communities do have similar issues in terms of the ones that a lot of people talk about when they talk about the Black American community. However, they don't complain in the same way and they don't outsource and externalize their problems.
So that right here, I thought she was talking about like Black Lives Matter type people, or even like these quote unquote reparationists who are kind of, pretty much solve my problem. So she's gonna say you just need to learn skills, and again, it's like that's the truth.
In an underhanded way, instead of actually trying to get the skills that they need to compete, you're trying to get it through claiming injustice. All this means is that they want to indoctrinate you and tell you what you think.
She's like, her experience was that she came across some people who wanted to indoctrinate her and tell her what to think. And you might say, well, look, that's not everybody. And of course it's not everybody. But again, you have to go by your own experience. If enough people are coming to you and telling you, hey, look, you got to think like us. You got to suck you got to suck on us because we're the best and we're great and you're nothing and you're just this, right? You might come away with, they just want to indoctrinate me. Like after you think about it and you ponder it and you have time to digest it, you say to yourself, these people are just trying to indoctrinate me. These people are just trying to vilify me. And for what? I just came here to go to college.
So their worldview, and they pick the people who get to the leads. This is just garbage. This is garbage. This is absolute.
So yeah, she's really pretty though. I'm not gonna hold you guys. Anyway, so that was that. Let's see what the comments are like. Well, I know it's like, I know people don't want to hear that. But we have to be realistic. We have to be realistic. Trigger Happy says, my point is we understand that we have separate ties, but ideology is to connect the Jamaica, the African American and whatnot. It just sounds like do nothing. Let me see. This just sounds like do nothing. Do nothing. No, I mean, look, it depends on where you're at. If you're in America, yeah, I'll probably do nothing. If you're in America, I don't know what you could do. Like, there's no way to solve that problem in America. So, I mean, I can't blame somebody for coming to America and saying they're not going to do anything. Because, like, what's the point? You're in another person's nation. Like, I don't, like, if you go to Africa and you say you're not going to do anything, like, you're probably going to starve. But, like, in America, if you don't do anything for black people, you'll probably still do pretty well. There's, like, a good reward mechanism in place. And a good punishment system in place, too, where if you decide to do things for black people, they'll punish you, Afrojam says, well, most black immigrants in white countries don't want power. Most people in white countries, if you're in a white country, you don't want power. Like, point blank, period. Like, because clearly you're not going to get it. Like clearly. Trigger, like, why would I be in England trying to, like, the thing is that that you can't, like, if you're in, like, you can't. So it's just like, yeah, I mean, like, she didn't come to America for power. And a lot of black Americans are going to fool her into thinking, yeah, you can get power here. How? And if you can, why didn't you? Like, as soon as you go to the hood and you realize what's going on in the hood, and we're going to see some stuff, right? If you see people in the hood, like, you see that you can't fix the hood situation. You can't. Like, you do the math. You write it down. Like, I know thermodynamics. You do the math. You can't fix it. So if you can't fix that, what makes you think you're going to get power? What makes you think that? So yeah, most black immigrants in white countries, most black people in white countries they want white power. They just want it softer. And if white power is soft to you, you're pretty okay. Like you smile. Trigger Happy says, like, I'm not trying to deny that you are wrong, but I'm also saying that the next evolution, that is, just do nothing then, because this just doesn't stop at America if this is the case. Plus, to deny your point, he's not trying to deny your point. Trigger Happy says, I mean, again, this same dilemma will happen on the continent. Anyone who repatriates will see you as a foreigner, but someone who's a Pan-African believes that this is their homeland. Should we not do nothing on the premise because of that? That's what I'm saying. Like, you will face the same obstacles you mentioned. If you feel like you'll face the same obstacles, then you just go somewhere else. Like, you got to be realistic. If you feel like you're going to face obstacles somewhere, then leave. Like, if you feel like you're going to face obstacles that you cannot surpass, then don't go there. That's the reality. In America, you're in a situation where you're outnumbered by 300 million people. You're not going to overturn 300 million people. You don't have the industrial capacity to do anything to 300 million people. In Africa, you might be seen as a foreigner, but that doesn't mean much. Again, you got to go back to the probabilistic term. Some people will look at you as a foreigner. Some people look at you like their brother. Like in Africa, when I'm walking around, people are like, hey, you know what? This guy's out to do good things for me, and they're ready to reward me. You understand? Like where I was in Africa, like when I left Africa, the Airbnb guy wrote my review and was like, this guy is so popular in our area. He's like more popular than me. Right? He's like, yeah, everybody misses this guy after he spent 2 weeks there. Okay? People still writing me from Africa like, yo, this guy. Right? The reality is that you can go somewhere and change shit. Like, you can go anywhere and change shit. I could be in America and go into a neighborhood and change and transform shit, but the state is against me in America. So that if I do enough good stuff, then America's gonna come down and put its foot in my ass, put a bullet in my head, clip all my work, close my business and say that they're illegal. That's the difference. You're up against state opposition. You understand? In Africa, you might not be against state opposition. If you feel like you're in state opposition, then just go somewhere else. When you're talking about going to Africa, you have to go where the state is not opposed to you. You know, if you feel like you said, I don't know what part of Africa you're from, Trigger Happy, but if you feel like, let's say you're from Nigeria, and you feel like Buhari does not like you, right? Then leave Nigeria. Don't go to Nigeria. Like, in fact, even when I talk about Pan-Africanism and I talk about I never say I'm going back to Nigeria. My father actually has roots in Nigeria. In fact, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think his grandfather was from Nigeria. Not even from Jamaica. From Nigeria. You understand? Still wouldn't say I'm going to go to Nigeria. Just off of that. Now, if the other person comes in, I think it was Obi. But if the other person comes inside, then yeah, maybe I'll be like, yeah, I'll go to Jamaica. I'll go to Nigeria. But that's the thing. It's like, yeah, you're going to face, it's about facing obstacles from the state. That's the big difference. This woman is coming here with this mindset because realistically speaking, the state is on her side. And all of us have this mindset. Well, not all of us, but it's a very common mindset to distance yourself from African Americans or distance yourself from African American cultures. And all of us are doing it. Most of us are doing it. Most of us are like, we ain't from the hood. And if we are from the hood, we're not of the hood. The people in the Black conscious community, we're not trying to be of the hood. We're trying to distance ourselves from that too. I'm telling you the truth. A lot of us. Avajam says if she went there for a white job, she's more similar to the average black than she claims. Well, yeah, okay. I'm not going to hold you on that. But I mean, that's like she was talking about, I mean, I know you're joking, but she was talking about like on a cultural level, So I mean, we just got to go by what she was saying. Real Black Gentleman says logistics is the only way to solve the Pan-African dilemma. Definitely. I think he explains not tactics or strategy, but logistics, conveyance of goods, services, and ideas. That's why Garvey's Black Star Line was so important. That's true. We have to improve our lot before we thing. Trigger Happy's in a dilemma right now. Trigger Happy, you should just jump onto the line and just dialogue with us. But anyway, I mean, I don't know. Most countries of the continent is Western back. Maybe it's the question on which is more intense or not. But like, this doesn't negate my point that we should want to relate with each other. As black people, that's all my concern is. Anything in America, I definitely agree, is not going to get done if it is what you're emphasizing. Bro, the difference between Africa... All right, so look. Nigeria is Western backed. Fine. That's cool. You could say that, right? America is Western backed. Fine. You can say that. They're not the same thing. Okay? The difference between America and Nigeria is this. Nigeria has 200 million black people, maybe 1 million, if that, white people. And America, no, it doesn't have 1 million white people, but let's say it does. It has 1 million white people, right? You can get rid of that. You could subdue that. Okay? In America, you have 300 million white people. You cannot get rid of that. You can't subdue that. If you go into open warfare with these white folk, they will slaughter you whole. No questions asked. You don't stand a fucking chance against them. If in a Nigeria, the 200 million, the government of Nigeria is maybe let's say it's maybe like 10,000 people. If you can get rid of those 10,000 people, then the government's not functioning anymore. And then if you put up under your own government of your own 10,000 people, then you can basically take over Nigeria that way. And it's no longer Western backed. No longer. If it doesn't have if the West has no inroad in there, then it's no longer Western backed. Realistically. I'm telling you realistically. Now you might say that's not easy, right? That's not easy, but what I'm saying is that that's actually how revolutions are. Revolutions mean that you're replacing the government of a country, and you might do it violently by taking out the government already in place. You're not taking out the freaking, because if you're surrounded by 300 million people, even if you take out the 10,000 people in the American government, if you somehow do that, the reality is that you got 300 million people in the cut waiting to take it back. You understand? Ross says, I made a plan scene. I mean, this is not even like everybody knows this. That's why they all protect their government. What happened in Haiti was they took out the government, and now you have multiple governments. You know? Now you have multiple governments, i.e. gangs, running Haiti right now. Because they took out the president just like that. Boom. Just like that. And now you might have Western influence inside of the gangs, right? But what you do is it's not really being run the same way as when they had the president. Just like that. But it's not the same when you're in America. So yeah, when I say that, you can't say it's the same situation. See, because if it was the same situation, Haiti would be running the same way it was before the president was killed. But it's not. It's now in terror, and there's different gangs running up, and of course they having their hands out to the West. But the reality is that if it was connected to some sort of Black African effort, there's a very real possibility that the Black Africans will be running Haiti and running it well. Very real possibility. If we had positioned ourselves there instead of in America. But instead of looking at the world through the American lens and saying, hey, you know what, the only way to do things is through the American way, and blah, 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 and not focusing on other countries, Haiti is going down the drain. And that's on us. Because we can't seem to say, you know what, it's actually different, what the other countries are doing. As Trigger Happy says, as Black people, that's all my concern is anything, what we are emphasizing. I mean, I didn't disagree with you. I just said that America, you can't get anything done. Yeah, you can't. Ra is telling us you pick a date, scene, you pick a time, scene. That's it. Trigger Happy says, the issue with Africa is probably going to be more than you would be surrounded by like other states that are Western backed. But again, I'm not trying to emphasize doing anything in America. Please don't confuse me. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're going to have Western backed countries, states near you. True. But again, it's like when you go to the video game, you know, you're playing the same plot, whether you pick difficulty easy, difficulty hard, or difficulty impossible. Okay? Africa is going to be difficult. Like if you're surrounded by a bunch of Western countries, consider that difficulty normal. If you're not surrounded by a bunch of Western countries, consider that by difficulty easy. And if you are surrounded by white people, the strongest, most powerful white nation on the planet, right? You know, the largest white nation on the planet, 30% of the white population is in America. If you're surrounded by the most self-sufficient white population on the planet, then you are in difficulty impossible. And if that's the case, then the question only becomes, which difficulty do you choose? That's the difference. The difference is the difficulty. Because they had a coup in Benin. They had it. They did it. They took over the government. They kicked out the French. They did it. Now, they had to fight their more battles, but they did it. You know, when Dessalines took over, when they fought for the Haitian Revolution, it was 16 years, sure, but they won. They kicked the French out. They won. Black gentleman says there are all sorts of geopolitical gradients. That's already understood. You overstood. You got to understand it. You got to understand it. You have to. That's the difference. So we're going to go into, and so the experience inside of Black America is actually harder. Because what happens is that this oppression is making us self-hate to a large extent. And this is going to weigh in on why this woman is thinking the way she's thinking. Because see, in an ideal world, she would think, oh no, these Black people have suffered enough. But here's what happens in the real world. Oh, no. Okay, so I was talking about social mobility. I was going to say this. I was going to say that people do dislike you when you do not go about the social mobility way. When you don't go about in the socially. So we're going to tie into what Bookman was saying about the article about how black immigrants tend to go to places where there are economic mobility. And then, but see, the thing is this, like, this is an example of somebody who doesn't go about from the economic mobility. What's economically intelligent. Because that's the thing when she said you have to get your skills because that's what's economically intelligent in this society, right? And so she's hating on black Americans for not just getting their skills instead of asking for handouts. And that's not, obviously it's not universal among black Americans. But there are definitely black Americans who want handout, reparations, right? And, you know, for good reason, but still, it's still a thing, you know, as opposed to getting the skills. And so this is a person who says, they finally shift my bachelor's of arts degree in gender, sexuality, and women's studies. My parents gonna be surprised when they open it and it don't read biochemistry like I told them I majored in, right? And so there are actually people left and right who are hating on her and saying, look, what could you do with that? How is that economically mobile? Just out of curiosity, what professions can you do with that degree? It sounds like an interesting major, but I wouldn't know what to venture in the workforce. We required our son to pay for half his education and co-signed it, blah, blah, blah. And then, you know, there are other people like, they're going to be surprised when they find out you're not moving out and can't pitch in for rent. Plot twist, they never actually want me to move out, so that's that. And I already pay rent willingly, despite them wanting me to stop paying, right? For anyone shitting on the job places for a degree, I actually do have a degree in biochemistry, and I've been able to find a job. So on and so forth. This is scaring me. I'm currently studying biochemistry. So on and so forth. So as I put this in, you know, more or less to point out that when people are punching down as opposed to punching up, like, why is punching down different from punching up? You know, not to say one is down and one is up, but you know, just to clarify, because of punching down, that's the term. But like, why would you, so on and so forth. And it's like, realistically, the whole economic mobility thing is actually a really important thing to consider. But that's really irrelevant. Now, this is going to be a video of how people in a real world are experiencing black Americans, right? This is not universal, but this is also a real experience. Okay? And so how do you react to this? So she says, you seem to be good to have intended. You are right. Generalizing is wrong. But the hate and misinformation has reached real life. Just look. We can't deny it. So this is going to be, you can't really tell the audio or the video, but basically it's going to be some black American abusing some black African, well, I shouldn't say black American, black African, some continental African and an African American. African American is going to be abusing a continental African just on the basis of her being continental African. And so the thing is that when people go through these experiences that I don't go through, but when somebody goes through this experience, they're going to react a different way. Okay? So she says, your breath smells, is that normal, basically for being an African? And then she says, or being a continental African, and then she says, your edges are jacked up. And then she goes, this girl's crying, stop touching me, right? So that like basically it's two black Americans kind of abusing her, and she's going through this, right? So she says something about crying. I don't have to, some dumbass cunt. She calls her a cunt, which is not like a racial term, it's just a cunt. She says, you're a dumb cunt, you African immigrant bitch. She says, your breath smells like African shit. Your breath smells like foo-foo, bitch. Don't you eat spicy rice? Now, it's kind of weird. Like, it's pathetic to us. And like I had never seen something like this personally. But the reality is that if you went through something like this, you know, it's going to shape you in a way. You know? Like, you're not going to necessarily want to associate with that. And like this is like a real lived experience. So like from our perspective, like it's probably rare. But even if something is rare, right? If you live through something like that, then you live through something like that. I think earlier, this is the other one right here. Tariq Nasheed, FBA woman tells elderly African man that she hates Africans. I hate y'all. Go back to Africa. You sold us into slavery. FBA hate group. And like, again, it's not even FBA hate group stuff. This is like legit what some people go through. You know, so like while we can condemn somebody for being like, you know what, I'm not like that, right? It's like, it's a two-sided thing, but we don't personally see this. Like I never saw something. Like I know I'm not gonna say I never saw this, but like, yeah, this is a real life. This is real life. Mind your business. Y'all summon the slavery. If I make it bigger, I can't really. I don't know if it's gonna read into the OBS thing. That's the only reason why I don't do it. But it's not that important. I mean, she got a point. If you order a chicken sandwich, you should get chicken out of the sandwich. And so, look, you might say, look, maybe she's an anomaly. I don't know. It's not that interesting. You guys could check it out. I didn't watch the whole thing before. But this is like people. So I said like this right here. I can say do not talk about black rapists to everyone. But then those who were raped, you know, they're going to. Like if they don't, that's fine. More power to them. But I cannot personally say that if you go through this kind of experience where you're being cursed out for supposedly selling people into slavery, which you haven't done as far as I know, right? But if that's how people are going to look at you, that's the thing that people are posturing around to you, right? Or that's what people are believing. Because I've heard that multiple times throughout America. I've heard that multiple times where they're like, hey, you know what? And it's like to me, it's like, it's not even like it's possible some people were, but again, it's kind of what Americans are being taught, and they're being taught this because the school system is run by white people, and it's always going to be run by white people, right? Like I said, that conscious, or not conscious, but the Black American coworker from Detroit, she was telling me, look, Detroit's all black. Like maybe Learning Curve could vouch for that, but she's like, it's all black. You grow up in pro-black education, pro-black schools, all that kind of stuff, right? And she's telling me, oh yeah, my coworker's telling me, oh yeah, black Americans are, black Africans sold us into slavery. And we don't like that about them. You can't fix this. You can't fix this. And again, I'm only showing you two examples just because it's like not that important, but it came across my thing. Let's see what Learning Curve says. She says, white is a global minority, so is America. America is only 5% of the world. If we accept the global black identity they have given us, we would be powerful. Shaking my head. You know, the thing is this though, I want to say this. America is 300 million people, 300 million white people, right? Or maybe even 200 million white people, I'm not sure. But 200 million white people, right? But it's still, like, it's a lot of the white population. You know, and the thing is that most of the world is like 50% of the world is Asian. You know? So you might find that white people amount for a billion people, close to a billion people, and black people amount to close to a billion people. But like Asians are like close to 4 billion people or something like that. You know? Or like if you count the Americas, the Americans, the Native Americans, then you also have another billion people. But it's like realistically, there's a lot of, like, there's actually a significant number of white people, and a significant of them are white Americans. You know, Learning Curve says the colonizer's job is done. We see each other as enemies, and it's heartbreaking to see this. We must develop a new identity that allows the generous to die off. There are more with us than against us. Yeah, so that's what that's the issue. The issue is that in America, you're never going to you're never going to win if you're always being educated by your enemy. You know, and the thing is that you might say, well, look, in Africa we're educated by enemies too, but you can replace it. You're not going to replace it in America. You know, there's one of the mentors in America, Leonard Jeffries. He has this thing called the curriculum of inclusion, right? And the curriculum of inclusion, they rejected him and they took his license. They said he was the most dangerous, one of the most dangerous black men in America, because he was trying to reform the education system, kind of like before this whole, whatever you guys call it, this newest education movement to like make us a victim kind of thing. But he was saying a curriculum of education, you know, curriculum of inclusion, and they rejected it. They said, no, we're not doing that shit, and that's it. He had good reason to propose it. They said, no, we're not doing that. But you could do that in Africa. Trigger Happy says, yeah, FBA don't typically show this aspect, which is why diaspora wars are kind of nonsense, because not only is it two-sided, I guess, but no one is honest. Yeah, no one is honest. But I'm saying the real experience. So we don't know. When we go back to that lady who was talking all that shit, we don't know what her experiences were. I know my experience. I'm from Brooklyn, right? Even when I was on that chat where they were like, at one point, somebody says, you know, because we were discussing that black woman who was bigging up her natural hair, and then she kind of commented these white folk, and I was like, that's wrong. And then black people in that group were like, but how often do you see black people wearing their natural hair? And I'm like, I'm from Brooklyn. I see it all the damn time. They're like, oh, you know what? When you're in Brooklyn, it's different. In Brooklyn, Pan-Africanism is alive and well. Okay, in Brooklyn, you look at, like, everybody's just mingle. Everybody, like, nobody's looking at anybody negatively, per se. I did hear that, oh, they're not black, they're whatever, but they're African. I heard that, but, like, you never know if they were, like, coming from the South or something. Like if they were just immigrants to Brooklyn. But most people in Brooklyn, we're just brothers and sisters. We Pan-Africanists. We embrace our black women. We embrace, like, we're black power, right? But we don't know what her experiences are like in another part of the city. I don't know how people in Detroit live. I don't know how people in Oregon live. I don't know how people in Arkansas live. I don't. Unfortunately, I've lived in New York for too long. I didn't even know how people in Ghana lived until I went there. You know? So we don't know this woman's background, but it sounds like she's been on the side of, hey, you just a fucking dirty ass Jamaican. Because like I said, that Detroit lady, she was on my ass. She didn't like Jamaicans. In fact, her daughter dating a Jamaican man. And so she was she hates, like, I mean, the Jamaican man's also a piece of shit. I'm not gonna hold you. But like, she hates Jamaicans. And she lets him know it. And he doesn't like her for it, you know? It's weird, but it's a thing. Afrojack says Asian is not a race. East Asians and South Asians are not the same. Yeah, no, Asia's a continent, but you know, but like that's what the point though. Like the East Asians are like the Chinese are like 1 billion people. The Indians are like 1 billion people. You know what I mean? So like there's more Indians than there are white people, and there's more Chinese than there are black people, pretty much. Learning Curve says Detroit is mostly black, and there's a toxic black teacher and a colonizing white teaching black children to hate themselves 8 hours a day. Yeah, I can see that. I believe that too, but you know, this lady was telling me otherwise. Ross says, who that doing the counting scene? Yeah. Trigger Happy says, the learning curve, that's exactly what I was trying to say. I think Oni should have emphasized that you can't do anything in America. I think Oni, okay, Trigger Happy, come through. Trigger Happy telling me how to, no, I'm just messing with you. Let's go, let's see what this is. So yeah, I think I'm gonna probably show you some negative images of Black America, just to show you what other people are gonna see in regards to Black America. Now, I hope this is not the one with the killing, because if it is the one with the killing, I'm gonna advise you guys not to look. Yeah, okay, don't look at this. So if you're weak, if you don't wanna see killing, just look away for 20 seconds when I press play, okay? This is not a good thing. This is not a good thing, but this is, as somebody says, this is somebody in Philadelphia saying just a normal day in Philadelphia. You don't want to see this when I press play. Okay? You don't want to see this when I press play. But if you like, cause this black guy right here standing over next to the car, he's gonna die. Okay, he's gonna die in this moment. There's gonna be a camera. It's gonna catch him. He's going to die, and you're gonna see how he dies. And the reality is this: if this is the shit this is the real experience of black Americans, I could see why somebody from another country would say, I'm not going to live among them. Not because this is the universal experience of black Americans, because again, this is Philadelphia. This is not what happens in my neighborhood in Brooklyn. Now, it might happen in other neighborhoods in Brooklyn, but it's not what happens in my neighborhood in Brooklyn. But if I was from another country, and actually, I guess I don't live in a black area per se. So that's another thing, you know? Although when my family first moved here, they first moved to Bed-Stuy, you know? So they were in a black area. Then they moved. They found different houses in different locations. But the reality is this: that you're gonna see this man die and another man die. Okay, I'm gonna press play. If you don't want to see people dying, do not look. Let me see what the comments are like. If anybody's like, "Oh, I don't want to see anything dying," Learning Curve says to Trigger Happy, "I stand with you." All right. Oh, some people just signed off. They were like, "Fuck it, I don't want to see anybody dying." But all right, look. I'm gonna count 30 seconds. Well, I mean, if you don't want to see anybody dying at all, like anybody dead at all, then don't even look for the next 2 minutes. But yeah. Well, until I say so. You hear the gunshots running. Oh, that guy didn't die. Somebody else against other people. Dead. This is a shooter right there. Dead. And then that's it. They're dead. If you don't mind seeing people dead, that's fine. Somebody's gonna crawl away, and then later on, police show up. This man's slowly dying. You're gonna hear a woman crying. Yeah. All right. So anyway, that's the reality. And the thing is that, again, if you're not from this country, you're going to look at that differently from if you're in Philadelphia, you don't really mind that much. Like, you know, don't be on this block. Or if you're on this neighborhood, you know how to pay attention to the signs of when trouble is about. But if you're from a different country, you just know not to go there. If you're from a different city, you just know not to go there. Pretty much. Like, for the longest while, I didn't even go up to Brownsville. I was, like I said, I grew up on Bed-Stuy. I haven't been back there in a minute. I mean, I go there sometimes now, but like, yeah, you just don't have a reason to. If you're being honest, this is another image from Philadelphia. This is somebody hops out of a car. Somebody's driving them. They take their baby out of the back seat. They put the baby in the middle of the road. They go back into the car. Oh, they give the baby this blanket, I guess, and then they drive off. Somebody says Philly is really a toilet, man. You understand? Now, I'm not like, I don't want this to be misinterpreted as, oh man, well, this is this is not good for, African American imagery. And it's like, true, it's not. But that's not the point. The point is that this is real experience and how people are this is what people are really doing. This is what people are really seeing. And then this is how people are really reacting. You understand? People are going to react because this is a negative situation to be in. This is not a good territory to work with, because this is what's being pushed on people. And of course, I'm going to show you examples of this happening in other countries. Like in Jamaica, you're going to see the same kind of shooting in the middle of the streets. I'm going to show you that. But what I'm saying is that if you are in Jamaica, you know what that is and you know where to avoid. But if you're coming from another country, you don't know what to avoid. And I'm going to show you guys actually something that happened to me when I was telling my son's mother, I want to go to this African country. She's telling me, oh, look at what the U.S. Census is telling me about this African country. It's not safe. You understand? There's a permeating anti-blackness all around the world, of course. Permeating anti-blackness. But what happens is that when you're a foreigner and you come here, it's not going to work in your favor. I mean, it's not going to work in the indigenous black person's favor. So this is some brother, African American, in fact, was on the Discord, and me and Kofi were like, we don't give a shit about this. This is just division, right? But we have to keep in mind that an African American shared this video on Discord. She says, so this is Kevin Samuels thing. It says, reason why her son is already liking girls outside of his race at a young age. So her son is 13, and he's like, I don't want to date black girls. So if a 13-year-old boy from this country says, I want to distance myself from my own people with a black mother, what makes us think that people from other countries will not have the same conclusion? If people from this own country, probabilistically, again, in the probabilistic curve, people from this own country can come to this conclusion, why would somebody from a different culture that doesn't have the same problems, why would they, so on and so forth. By the way, I forgot to tell you guys, both of these curves have an area of 100%. So they have the same area, they're just different curves. That's why it's a pretty interesting curve. Anyway.
Some of the young ladies at his school, he goes to a diverse school, downtown Chicago. And he's mentioned that the young ladies who are of African descent, African American black girls, that he said become sassy. He said they're too sassy. He said, Mom, they're mean and they're bossy. And I've noticed the young ladies that he has liked or had a crush on, or, the puppy love, was not a black girl. So I haven't had to say anything. He's coming to me like, he keeps saying, Mom, they're too sassy. They're too sassy. They're too sassy. They're too pushy. They're too mean. I haven't had to say anything.
And it's sad that he's saying that, but it's truth. It's real.
All right.
And that's just unfortunate.
So these are black male adults. These are black women adults saying that even the black kids are talking about little other black girls saying that they're sassy, right? And the black male here is saying, yeah, it's true. Them girls are sassy. But that's what I'm saying. This is the reality. Like there's the ideal world. That's what Trigger Happy saying he agrees with me. I feel that. But in the ideal world, we're saying, oh no, black people should always embrace each other. Black people should love each other. Black people, so on and so forth. But in the real world, black people are suffering. Black people are trying to distance themselves from themselves. And any excuse you can have to distance yourself from black people, that's what we're doing. But when I was a kid, I was playing video games and doing Yu-Gi-Oh! Just to not, just be like, oh, I'm different. I'm different. You know what I mean? I didn't go by the Jamaican route, but if I had the Jamaican route to go by, I would, probably. Because I did with the Dragon Ball Z and the Pokemon games and the Nintendo. Like, we all do that. We're all trying to, like, some of us try to embrace it. Some of us try to say, oh no, I'm black. And then, but sometimes when you embrace I'm black, a lot of people who embraced it when they were my age are dead. A lot of them are dead. You understand? A lot of them are dead. If you want to go that route, yes. But there's a cost. And we know this. If you want to say, no, I'm black and this is what black people do. Because, like, one of the things that black people, like, oh, this is just something. Florida mom arrested after 6-year-old test positive for cocaine, marijuana, and benzos. And this is probably a little too much to so on and so forth. So I said, what if in Jamaica and you saw this, right? So, like, what if you were in Jamaica and you saw something like this? This is a Jamaican video. So I don't think anybody dies in this video, but it's a shooting. So this is in Jamaica. And it's like, on another episode of Jamaica's Not a Real Place, Sam Sharp Square in Mobay. This person has a gun. This person has a gun. Okay? They're in the middle of traffic. He got shot. Yeah, so again, like, I have family in Jamaica. If they knew about this, they would not go to Sam Sharp Square. Okay? They wouldn't. And people from, and like, actually that what was it? The same Detroit lady was saying, my coworker was saying, yeah, Jamaicans are violent. And like, American media, the way how they paint Jamaicans was that, particularly when we were younger, I guess, was that Jamaicans are just a violent people. A bunch of killers. So a lot of it is the media machine But like, I can't blame people for holding on to the media machine because that's the machine. That's the media, you know. Let's see what the other comments are. Plus, I stand with you. Learning Curve says, this is his parents' failure, children to look to their parents for examples. Yeah, parents are failing their children by allowing them to be indoctrinated by non-blacks all day, every day. And the media and the educational system are all in on it. Exactly. This is why it's so difficult in this country. Because essentially you're inundated, indoctrinated by this big media machine that is against you, and you have no recourse. You have no recourse. You have no recourse. You understand? Actually, I realize I'm taking way too long on this one topic, but so maybe I won't go on to the next ones. I don't know. Let's just see. Although the Gazi one's pretty important. Let's see. Park story. Oh yeah. So like even when I was here in America, and I was like, hey, I want to go take my son to a park, and somebody said, and I said, which park should I go to? Is this park, which is like in a white neighborhood, this other park, which is kind of in this mixed area, or should I go to this park in the hood? And this lady was like, and the family was like, oh no, you should not go to the park. And there's an African-American family, by the way, right? Or the African-American woman was there. And she was like, you shouldn't go to the one in the hood, because if you go to the one in the hood, there are women right there who are selling their body next to the playground. You know, there are shootings and stuff next to the playground. You know, it's like an internalized anti-blackness that we have to readily come to terms with. That's so universal that a lot of people are really distancing themselves from us because it's such a powerful propaganda. This is okay. So this is Ellen Bookman. She was saying, I really want someone to get to the bottom of how there are this many troll accounts. I have blocked half a dozen for this, and they should have no diaspora implications. This is absolutely not organic. So this guy, he's called himself Sam the Akata, and what he does is he's talking about Nigeria, and he's like, Nigeria has normalized prostitution. 80% of African women are prostitutes abroad, and they're globally decised pests. You know, so they're saying Italy sends thousands of Nigerian women who arrive are migrants, for so on and so forth. So again, anybody and everybody is participating in this propaganda machine, and you have it. This is a real sort of thing. I'm trying to rush through. This is just a video of Black American kids with guns, you know, to the point where it's like, yeah, if I were being serious, I might not tell my kid to hang out with these kids, you know, not on the merit of them being Black Americans, but on the merit of, hey, you know what, these kids are all armed and they're ready to kill people. Oh yeah, I probably shouldn't play the audio, but yeah, these are like real Black kids, you know, posing around with guns. And so the question becomes, if you came from another country, would you tell your kids to hang out with them? Or would you tell your kids not to, if you had a choice? Or would you identify with these kids? And I mean, it's not to say that it's not something regular in Jamaica, because it is. But the reality is that if you left Jamaica, if you left behind that life to have economic prosperity, you probably didn't identify with those people in Jamaica either. You understand? What is this? Oh, I don't even know why I put this here, but okay. I forgot to look into this. I didn't really look into it. But this is the white man who, he says, I shot an N-word 119 times. Dobbins said Hooker, adding that the man he shot was DRT or dead right there. It's unclear what case he's referencing, but Dobbins reiterated the vehicle was shot 319 times, but he was hit 119 times by me. So a police chief is bragging about shooting Black men 119 times. And so I actually don't know why I put this here. I didn't even read it. I think I put it there to read it later. But this is also just the reality of what it is to be, like, what is the experience here in America that's so awful, you know? That, yeah, we do have a visceral and negative reaction to it, but sometimes that reaction of ours is going to turn people against us too, you know? But this is also the reality. And again, when the reason why this is significant is because this is the state. The state shot you 119 times. The state shot at your vehicle 319 times. The state that you're in. And that's why it's pretty significant. Let's see what this is. We're just going to try to go faster because I realize I'm actually supposed to also pick up my son later. That's not weird. Let me see where his mother is. So I say security is the most important. Oh yeah, so this is important. Security is the most important word to add to your social vocabulary. There's several types of securities, but all of them are what you need to have a functional life and more deeply functional nation. There are three types to consider our security through peace, possessions, and consciousness. And I say it's a thread, but this is the thing. This is the real aspect to it. One, who's giving you security in America? And two, who's giving you insecurity in America? And now, of course, the white American is giving you insecurity, but particularly if you're a black American, and particularly if you identify and associate your man, or people do believe that, or there is a belief among black Americans that if you behave like a black American, that's when you will mostly get the treatment of a black American. And a lot of people will say there are counterexamples. But again, you know, I could tell you guys this. My friend, you know, who my friend is like a whole coon though. No, he's not a coon, but he toes the line, like he whatever, right? But like we're not going to be as abused by the police as people in the hood. As people in the hood. But pretty much you're not going to be that abused from the hood, but police, unless you're in the hood really. But not just that. It's like, even if you were like a Latino in the hood, you would probably be more abused than I would. You understand? Oh, in fact, I could even tell you guys, honestly, I was walking through the hood at one point, and the police were not even like that, like they weren't even antagonistic to me. It was kind of embarrassing that I kind of wanted them to be, but like it was just kind of weird. But that's just like, you know, that's just something else. But like, again, you're talking about security, right? Where is the security for this lady? Security for her is coming through these white boys, period. Right? Now, for the lady who was being abused by the other ladies, right? Insecurity for her is coming from these black people. For the guy who was shot in the streets, insecurity is coming from other black people. And unfortunately, when the police show up later, they're not necessarily security per se, because they're dead, people died, but pretty much they're not necessarily the source of insecurity like that. But security is the most important word you're going to find. Security. You want to keep yourself safe. You want to have safety. I'm going to go into this thread a little bit. When a person has security, they are different from those who don't. How a man or woman behaves when they are at peace and stress-free is different from how a man or woman behaves when they do not have both. Security is at the core of our peace and stresslessness, and so this will help, right? I want you to understand that, like, even when you're engaging with, you know, your lover, right? If you're not at peace, you might be a little bit worse than if you are. And if you are stressed, you might be a little bit worse than if you were not, if you were stressless. Just regular human stuff. Security through peace is also called political security. How is it? Oh, fuck. I just hit my knee. How is it that legal, justice, familial, and communal system agreeable to you? Do you feel safe in your home? Do you feel safe outside? Do you feel safe with your loved ones? If you don't have this sense of security, move. So when Trigger Happy was asking, hey, you know, well, why is it so meaningful? Like the thing that you want in life, Trigger Happy, is security. The thing that everybody wants in life is security. And if they don't feel safe around you, if they don't feel like you are a safe population, then they will distance themselves from you. That's what it is. This is all we're looking at. We're looking at people who are looking at black folk in America and having negative encounters. I don't have those negative encounters, so I can't relate. I have positive encounters with black folk, so I do not hate on black folk. But I cannot say that my experiences are everybody else's experiences. So if they feel like they have these negative experiences, yes, they're going to feel like distancing themselves, because that's what you're supposed to do. When you feel unsafe, you should leave. Security through possessions is also called economic security. Some even call it securities. Better than money is securities. That's a joke that Malcolm X was repeating from one of the senators. He said that white people ask for securities and black people ask for money. But money can gain you securities, but securities is securities, all right? Are you able to secure securities where you are and on your trajectory now? Where you are and on your trajectory now? Or have you received security? So again, why are you going to Africa? To get security. That's why you're going to Africa. It's not meaningless. You're trying to get security for yourself and for your people. But you can't get that security in other places. Or you can't get it in a Western country. I can't go to England and expect security. I can't. In fact, a sister just called me the other day. She said, hey, I went to the court system in England and they threw up my case. And I said, yeah, well, duh, you're black. You understand? You're black. Now, if I go to Nigeria and they throw out my case, and they say, oh, because you're an African American, then I was like, okay, you know what? Fuck you. I'm leaving. But if I go to Nigeria and they take my case and they say, you a brother, you're a Nigerian citizen, then I'm good. I found home. You understand? Security through consciousness is also called cultural security. This is where the stress-free comes in. How are you feeling on a daily basis? Are you happy? When and for what? Can you express yourself in the way you want to? Are you at odds with others? Do you feel safe? When we saw that Philadelphia video, people were not happy. They were unhappy. People did not have property. They did not have securities. They were poor. People did not feel safe. They were getting shot in the streets. Gunned down in the streets, just hanging out. Gunned down in the streets. Okay? They didn't have that security. That's the issue. And the state itself doesn't care. That's the issue. See, if you're in Africa, the state's going to want you to be safe. If the state becomes powerful enough, it's going to keep you safe, just like how it keeps these white people safe. You go to if you're not in the hood and you see the police are not even cruising around. When you go into the hood, you realize you're in the police state. When you're out of the hood, you realize there's no police around. In my neighborhood, I never see a police. Never, unless somebody calls them. Never. But when you're in the hood, you see a police officer every night. 3 police cars every night near your neighborhood. In a police state. In relationships, the security of partnership is what's esteemed. In your loving relationships, even in your business relationships, the security. When somebody doesn't give you an IOU, they give you money. That's when you feel secure. That's the security right there. Is what's esteemed: the non-judgment, the helpfulness, the positivity, the mutual defense, the mutual well-being, the faithfulness, the well-placed trust. These are the activities of security. Adjust your life to be a security, to have securities, to make others feel secure, and your social life will improve. You're trying to improve your social life. That's what it is. As the people, we can build nations where our people feel secured, and we'll no longer hear of brain drain or boat people, but instead have the development we are due. That's what it is, Trigger Happy. I hope that helps you. Hope that helps you. I don't remember everything all the time. So I said it's a good time to go to Africa. Yeah, so I said it's a good time to go to Africa. So this is something else. This is just something I found yesterday. Pretty interesting. Let me see what the comments are, though, before we... because I know I'm going way too long, so I'm just trying to rush through. Let's see. Trigger Happy, let's see. Learning curve, I stand with you. Learning curve, his parents are failing their children. Trigger Happy says, okay, again, you probably should have emphasized this when you made the point originally, and it would have been more clear because it sounded as if we shouldn't worry about relating at all. That's what I meant by what's the point. No, I feel you. Look, Trigger Happy, I don't remember everything. Come on. Like, I have so much literature, I can't remember. I forgot more things than I forgot a lot of things, right? Trigger Happy says, furthermore, even on the continent, you would have to do a lot of relating if you are trying to do something like gaining power. Of course, people are going to like you when you make them feel secure in real life. When you dating other people, you want to go about making them feel secure. I think about it a lot. If I'm dating a woman and I feel like I can't leave my child with her, then I would not marry her. You understand? If I was of the marrying mind, I would say, if I can't leave my child with you, but then the thing is this, you might meet a woman I might meet a woman who I feel like I could leave my child with her. Or she feels like she could leave her child with me, right? And we just add to the security, our mutual security with each other. Security is the main word. But you're never going to get that security in a hostile state. And there are a lot of hostile states in Africa. That's why I do not tell people just go to any African country in Africa. I don't tell them to go anywhere. I tell them to do their research and find out what's good for you. You understand? So hopefully that helps. And I know you're saying I should have done that from jump, but I don't remember everything, bro. I don't know, Trigger Happy. You actually never told me your agenda, so I don't know. But, yeah. This is actually something interesting. Look at this shit. Helping Hand for Haiti by Tariq Nasheed. So he's like, I'm going to Haiti this week, and we need to help you, so on and so forth. Now, you might say, look, this was 51 months ago. Well, not even 51 months ago. This was 62 months ago at least, right? Maybe more. People sent him maybe $9,000, average $50,000 goal, but you notice he never closed it down. So people have still been sending to him anonymous money for 50 months ago, and now 11 months ago, somebody sent him $200 to help with the Haitians. And you see, the imagery is the Haitians drinking dirty water off the ground, all that kind of stuff. and he's going to provide filters and all that shit. But the reality is that he went to Haiti and he came back and he's still collecting money off of that. So that's just a interesting thing. It actually has nothing to do with the premise. But I said like this, if you saw Wakanda instead of Compton, then you would have reacted differently. So you go back to this woman, she came here and saw Compton. Or she came here and saw anti-blackness. And she reacted accordingly. But she didn't see Wakanda. You know, and people say Wakanda is just a white fantasy, and I know that. But I'm just saying that she didn't see the best of Black America. She probably saw the worst. And that's what happens. This is the last thing on this subject. I don't know what it is. Oh, yeah, this is just some woman from Nigeria. She's going to explain basically the same thing. She's going to say...
Africans have some type of superiority complex towards Black people. They just don't like it.
All right, so you heard that too, right? You heard that. Look, Africans have a superiority complex towards Black people. They just don't like so on and so forth. So it's really common to look at African Americans as Black people. It's really common. It's not so uncommon that we think that like I'm putting words in their mouth. This is like really how people articulate. Because we also call the people from Africa Africans. Now the thing is that all of us are Africans and all of us are Black, but in the lexicon we call the Black Americans Black and we call the continental Africans Africans. Right? And it's just a normal thing. I sometimes catch myself saying it too.
And I mean, a lot of people don't like Black people for some reason. But I wanted to know why exactly my Nigerian parents...
They're going to call her Nigerian parents are going to call the African Americans Akata, by the way.
Don't like Black people. I mean, aren't we all Black?
No, Ada, you are not Black. You are not Akata. We are Nigerians. We know where we come from. We are not waywards. Black people are so disrespectful. They do not know how to respect their elders. And what is this Black Lives Matter nonsense? Every single life matters. Foolish gods killing one another. Black Lives Matter. But you are killing yourself. Look at these Black teenagers having babies. 15 babies having babies. Pop, 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 pop. They just have babies out of wedlock. For what? What are they doing this for? What are they having babies for? Babies having child. No morals.
Okay, so to sum it up, there are a couple of reasons my Nigerian parents don't like Black people. So the first one, my parents think all Black people are disrespectful. And when you're saying every single
Yeah, okay, so again, so this was from this thread where it says, why are y'all letting the sheet of all people create diaspora wars between Black people? Why are y'all even listening to him? So she says, we started, and so on and so forth. So now I wanted to end this with this, because if you look at it from the perspective of another people coming here, because like it's not right to say all, and nobody really means all when they say all, but it's kind of like the whole 1,000 snakes and 10 and 100 of them are poisonous. Do you open the gates, or do you just keep your distance, right? And that's realistically how you could sum it up. Because while obviously Black Americans are not like this. These are all extreme examples of Black Americans, are all unfortunate examples. The reality comes back to the bell curve and where, or not the bell curve, this is the Boltzmann probability distribution or whatever. But it all comes back to this equation where realistically you're going to run into problems anyway. Like you're going to run into problems, and it's not something that you should be proud of or anything like that. But you're going to have to expect some people to have a negative reaction. Some people to not do the research and say, hey, of these 1,000 snakes, 100 of them are bad, right? You're going to have to come to terms with the reality that some people do not like some people have negative experiences, and some people we're being subject to this media machine that really makes us all kind of hate Black Americans, you know? And I mean, it's great to try to resist it. And it's great to resist it. It's great to identify it. It's great to so on and so forth. But not everybody is going to be as perceptive and intelligent. And that's exactly where this position is coming from. And like for that, it's like, at least she's speaking her truth, you know? At least she's speaking her truth. And that's really like that whole thing. So for my whole, for this whole presentation, I just say, why are you booing her? She's right. You know what I mean? And that was the case to be made. That was a long ass subtopic. Hopefully I could probably go a little farther. Trigger Happy says, furthermore, even on the continent, if you have this lot to, yeah. So he says he's a he. So, okay. Trigger Happy's a he. Y'all went to him that he, him stuff. I like it. Mangina. So these are the Manginas. We're going to try to be quick, though. We're going to try to be quick. Because I got to see what time my son's coming. So I'm going to just play the Mangina thing and then thing. Yeah, so I gotta see. All right, so I say you get to be a victim. You get to be a victim. You get to be a victim. You get to you get to be a victim. You get to be a victim. So let's see what this is. Some victim shit, obviously. Rebs Brannon. Let's see what this is. Let's see what this is quickly. The GoFundMe for shooter Andrew Tekel Sundberg, now over $15,000. Outraising his victim, a single mother who hid with her 2 sons in her bedroom as he shot bullets through the walls of her apartment. 2 Minneapolis snipers shot Sandberg after a multi-hour standoff. So, this lady, Cassandra, she's like, this man tried to kill me and my black kids because he had a mental illness and stalking behavior, and you guys want to say it's police brutality. He intentionally tried to kill us. I don't even know this man. Black or white, he had enough time and responsibility to take ownership. Now, if me and my kids died, would y'all protest for me outside my building? Race has nothing to do with it. He was completely wrong and armed, right? And then this is the guy, and so it's like, help a mother and a gun violence survivor. She raised $2,200 of her $10,000 goal. And then here's the other guy, honoring Tekel and his funeral expenses. He raised $15,000 for his $20,000 goal, you know? And so, yeah, you know, again, like I said, you know, black women nowadays, a lot of them are really divesting. It's called divesting from black men. They're really divesting from black men. And this is like, and so it's just really like surprising that we like hold immigrants to a higher standard, or we just tell them to shut the fuck up. But the reality is that you're in a culture where everybody's talking. This is actually a white person, I think. So, I mean, I don't know. In America, it's like, you know, I fucking know. But anyways, let's see. Don't be a hero for these N-words. Did I say N-words? What? Maybe it's a part of the thing. We're just going to just jump through this stuff because it's not that important. We got to go to the Gazi story. This is another one. It says, every time I relate. Oh, yeah. This is, Marcellus. So he's talking about the Uvalde police officer thing. He says, every time I see an update related to police in Uvalde, I think about a conversation I had with a police officer well over a decade ago when we talked about how they are marketed to the public versus how they are privately encouraged to act. In public, police are labeled as courageous heroes who will risk everything and anything to keep us safe. They are essentially treated like superheroes in a world where without them, the world would just decay and turn to anarchy. And the reality is that it probably would, right? But anyway, in private, many police officers are told no matter what, the goal is to get yourself home, survive. Anything that's a threat to that is either to be eliminated or avoided. It also elevates when they might see as a threat, hence why the first move for many is to shoot. It also helps explain why hundreds of officers fail to act. It's easy to make a threat out of something for someone who isn't a threat. They are given so much leeway because of public perception. So when they harm or shoot someone, the public will say it was deserved. In this case, they are creating a threat and don't have the upper hand. Instead, this is known real threat, so their actions don't match public perception. They followed private guidance, which is to protect themselves first. Perception of police will allow them to shoot unarmed, non-threatening people and fail to act against threats that are actively harming children. And at the end of the day, the public will still largely see them as heroes, protectors, selfless, regardless of their actions. I didn't expect this tweet to go viral. I guess the only thing I can do to promote is that I give talks, keynotes, workshops, and all kinds of DEI consulting if your org has and so forth. So basically, it's just to say this is some man, you know, whatever. But like, oh no, fuck. Did I just follow the guy accidentally? All right. But yeah, so yeah, I'm just saying that, you know, It's not that important. But basically, I think I just wanted to read that to you guys. But like, more or less, white people are of the opinion that they're not going to be heroes for you guys. You understand why rappers don't put their money into you. And I say, ask me where I learned how to write. So this is going to be something else, another mangina situation. We're just going to go quickly. Because that other thing was pretty involved. I said it was going to be deep. I said it was going to be involved, and it was. Let me see what the comments are. There's no comments, so we're going to keep going. I'm crying ugly tears. Oh, yeah, this is some black guy. Ian Wright. Ian Wright, a professional footballer, meets with his former teacher, Sidney Pigeon. He describes him as the first positive male figure he had in his life.
Hey, Mr. Pigeon. You're alive. I'm alive, he says. How are you doing? I can't believe it. Someone said you was dead. As you see, I'm very patient, and I'm so glad you've done so well with yourself. I don't know what to say. God, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I don't know why.
Yeah, okay, so I probably should have put this in the BAN section, honestly. But, you know, the thing about this is this. Here's a black man, right? And he says his first male positive role model is this white guy. And the thing is that that's a universal, like if we do not position ourselves in such a way, now this is in England, obviously, but if we do not position ourselves to be those first male positive role models for our own people, then the truth is that we're going to get fucked over. Because we keep asking ourselves, why don't these rappers give back to the black community? Why don't they give to black people? And it's like, well, when they were struggling in school, what did you do? What did you do for them? You understand? Because this white boy was doing something for them. Even when I was in school, like I said, ask me where I learned how to write. No black person ever sat me down and taught me how to write. I'll tell you that right now. White boy, one time when I was in high school, I never learned how to write. I was a bad writer up until college. Terrible writer. Like I never really got too high in English. Okay? Terrible writer. Right? And at one time, this white boy did sit me down and say, hey, you know, the trouble with your writing is that you're always using the passive voice and you're not using the active voice. And I had no idea what he was talking about. And so at that point, I kind of just got really sad because I was like, damn, you mean I reached high school. I never heard of passive voice versus active voice. And what it was is that in New York City, the schools are segregated. Okay? So they're racially segregated to the point where just a handful of black folk are in the gifted program and most black folk are in the non-gifted program. And so in the gifted program, you might have learned about the active voice versus the passive voice. In all my public schooling, right, in the public school system, I never heard about the passive voice until this one white boy at one point did tell me. And I felt so sad, so bad, felt like I was wasting his time at that point. But I remember it. You understand? No black person ever sat me down and said, this is a passive voice versus active voice. Now, maybe some of y'all know what I'm talking about, but some people might not even. You know? Let me just write his mother and say what time. But yeah, so I'll just say that. I'll just say that much. I don't really. I think it's a reality. Okay, no comments, so we're gonna keep moving. Can't be in a prison and love the inmates. So I want you to understand that you're in a prison, and in a prison you can't love the inmates. Let's see what this is. And that's the issue of in America, that you're in this prison and you can't love the inmates. This is it right here. This is the one about the thing. So look, this morning at approximately 12:15 a.m., a man sideswiped me on the freeway, pulled over for what I thought was a routine information exchange, but instead he assaulted me. Instead, I am giving out $5,000 in cash for any information leading to his arrest. The video is disturbing. So she's going to get, I think it's her, but somebody's going to get their nose broken by this dude. Okay?
Got hit my car, got out of his car and assaulted myself and one of my friends. Please help us find the man on this video. Yeah, I don't know, I'm like at a loss for words, so please share this video so that way we can figure out who this is so we can deal with him accordingly.
What? Are you hitting her? Hey, no, hey, don't.
Look at her nose. Okay? All right. So you got to understand when you're selling people, like you have to understand the real life experiences of people, because there's like 100 million experiences in America, you know? There's like 100 million experiences. Hold on a second. His mother's, I got to figure out what time she's coming. 100 million experiences in America. Like, there's like 40 million experiences of black Americans. Not everybody's going to have that nice experience with the opposite sex or with the other people, with the other cultures. You might end up, because see, the thing is that people were pointing out he's with a woman. And they're like, oh, that woman was probably beat. A lot of people in the comments are saying you should just kill him. Okay, I didn't go through the comments, but look, this almost happened to me too. This guy sped around the corner as I was pulling out and almost hit me. I moved out of the way. He stopped in front of me, got out of his car, and threatened to attack me. And yes, it was a black man doing this to a black woman. I don't know why it's so common. It's very common, actually. Somebody says, sources, please. Now, of course, it's not common. But if this is your experience, you understand? If this is your experience and you're like, hey, you know what? Don't say this because, you know, black men are already, you know, seen as villains. This is what happened. I cannot. And then so, again, if you're from the outside looking in, you don't even, like, even when you're in the inside, you try to distance yourself. This is another lady. If a man hits you from behind, never get out of your car and call 911. Call a family friend to stay out of the phone with you. Stay with your doors locked until they arrive. If they come to your window, crack it and explain the police are on their way. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. You understand? If you're feeling like your men are criminals, so you can go through the comments. I guess I didn't keep the comment where they said he's with a woman and they're like, oh, that woman's getting beat. You understand? Watch many people comments defending this man, right? Deal with him accordingly. And this is like, this nigga gonna die. They got to kill him pretty much, right? Anytime a car crash happens, so on and so forth, people are kind of give advice. And I think I was just including those other things to give you guys some advice. People are saying open carry, pretty much shoot him. So they ain't jump on him or call the police. I mean, good they safe though. I don't know how much this would help. They tell you where the area is. They say, was that a girl with him? She's most likely getting her ass beat by him too, because sunglasses in the weather right now at night. You gotta understand that when we talk about what's ideal, you know, the ideal situation is, hey, look, brothers, black men and women are brothers and sisters. But the real situation is that some people are psychopaths. Again, the probabilistic curve. Again, see, I look at the world from a thermodynamics point of view. So I say, look, there's some people on this edge, as well as there's some people on this edge. You know? There might be more people on this edge than there are people on this edge, but there are some people on this edge. And when you understand the world like that, then you can't look at it in the perspective of so on and so forth. But let's just go on. See if there's any past me's this week. There are past me's, so there's one past me, so we're gonna just play the past me thing. Let's see, past me. All right, so yeah, we're gonna hit the past me. It looks like I'm on a timeline now. Shit. So whites need to mind their business, though. Yeah, we gotta tell white people to mind their business. So let's see what this past me is doing, just to see what this means. Let's close some windows. Close some tabs. Let's see. It's giving. They treated like family. Oh. Okay, yeah. So this is just stupid. So basically these white people are like, daycare is super expensive. Have you considered an indentured servant? So this is white people talking about, again, white people minding their damn business. White people said, I just signed up my 2 children up for daycare. It will cost us over $40,000 next year. How do you normal people afford this? And so another normal person says, have you looked at hosting an au pair? For around $19,000 a year, you can have 45 hours a week of childcare and household help. We loved having au pairs, right? And so the white person is clowning this other person like, daycare is super expensive. Have you considered an indentured servant? Right? And then the black person comes in, and I just kind of wanted to highlight au pairs and stuff for it. But the white person says, your response is silly. We have an au pair. She works 40 hours a week, has free room and board, and has a delightful time exploring the U.S. through the program. She'll do it for a year, collect a ton of amazing memories, then go off to college. Now, realistically, I just wanted to show you guys about au pairs, you know? But here's a black person who, you know, you have to find a black person to make it enemies within. He's like, it's giving they were treated like family. Right? And so he says, in a book was published, blah, 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 in a chapter on slavery in Connecticut, compared to the other colonies, Connecticut did not have many slaves. Some people owned 1 or 2 slaves. They often cared for them, blah, blah, blah. So basically, I'm just saying, it's a pass me. This is kind of like what I was saying in regards to the lady before, where it's like, you're minding your damn business. And then somebody comes along, a black American comes along and says, oh, well, you know, this is kind of like slavery. And this is like our black experience. And this is, you know, and it's like, why are you bothering these white folk? Or why are you bothering this Jamaican lady in this Jamaican context? Why are you going around the world telling everybody to think like you, and if they don't think like you, they're naive? And you could clown them. This is actually it. This is actually like similar to that, you know? Where it's like, oh, blah, 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 blah. So like the au pair system, a lot of Europeans do this au pair system. And it's an interesting system. And it's probably something that could probably get you into Africa if you wanted to. But we're just going to jump over from that. Like I said, so we do have some alphabet, so we're going to go to the alphabet. I think we're going to end at Nevolutionaries.
It is my mission today to stop you from being a homosexual.
You're a victim.
Here we go, see it.
I get so sick of sisters, I don't know what to do.
So the year. What is the year? Okay, maybe there's something important with regard to the year. And we're just going to go through this stuff quickly because, like, we already kind of been long. I've been standing up this whole time, and actually I'm supposed to get my son. Go back on daddy duty. So let's see. So strange. Always black women. Oh, yeah. So this is what I was talking about, media manipulation. Again, the whole victim stuff, right? It says 2 more cis black women banned from Olympics for their natural testosterone levels, right? Christine and Bobo, so on and so forth. But look at this. This is the outrage. They're publishing this on July 21st, and everybody's all, oh my gosh, athletes, and why are they always doing this to us? Why is it always, you know, us and how we're being abused? It's always so on and so forth, right? First mistake is taken, blah, 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 right? Look at the year. This was last year. You understand? Like, there's an active campaign for people to manipulate you and for you to go by their agenda. And it's always this kind of victim mentality. And again, and it's not just black people. It's pretty much like Americans generally. You know, because like I said, they're producing images of Teddy Roosevelt with different hairstyles. They're producing all sorts of stuff. You know, Trump is running in 2024 and announcing it at his wife's funeral. That type of shit, right? And it's not real. But they're doing this and like, yeah, you know? So this is just, you know, they're like, oh, they did it again. They're banning more people. And it's like, first off, you know, obviously the Olympics should have been a giveaway. But again, it was from last year. They're not doing it again. So it's so strange. Always black women. Like, again, it's not like, again, you know, it's last year. You know, we saw it last year. Anyway, let's go. Let's see if there's any comrades. Comrades. No comrades. Okay, so I think we're actually reaching the end. Let me see. Is there any fan Africanists? No fan Africanists. Okay, good. So we're at the freaking end. Let's go. Nigeria, Nevolutionaries. Let's see how many there is. This is 1, so it's good. It's good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good for time. All right, let's play the Nevolutionary stuff.
Black people just don't get it. We just don't get it. We just don't get it.
Shaking my damn head, yo. All right, fam. Okay, so this is gonna be Gazi. So we're gonna play some stuff from you know, shout out to China Fox and Chris Marshall. I know I don't sound like to much people, but they were on this Gazi case before I was, and so this is gonna give us some background information. Plus, I like them. I like them as a group. So this is China Fox. She's going to say, Black Hammer has blood on their hands, and so do you.
I just wanted to make a really quick video. Black Hammer has blood on their hands. They've had blood on their hands. And for everyone that was making it seem like I was a liar, that me and Chris were liars, that we were just jealous or crazy people, you have blood on your hands. You could have done something about this. You could have done something last year. You could have done something the year before last. When I was contacting people in confidence that we were having the same goal and the same mission, you could have did something 3 years ago. So you also have blood on your hands, and I don't give a damn how mad you get at me, but you're going to get everything. I hope you get a Rico. Black Hammer has blood on their hands. They've been had blood on their hands. And so do you. It's not, for me, it's not a celebration. For me, I don't feel vindicated. I don't have to get vindication. Somebody doesn't have to get murdered for y'all to understand how I was telling the truth, how Chris was telling the truth, how other people were telling the truth. I don't need that vindication. But somebody's dead. Somebody's son is dead. Somebody's child is dead. But people never really cared. Folks never really cared about black people, never cared about black bodies. Just know I hope everything that comes out that I was saying that was the truth, I hope you can't sleep at night because you have blood on your hands. And that's all I'm going to say about this. Y'all have at it.
All right, so that's China Fox. This right here is going to be her, I'm guessing, husband, maybe? But Chris Marshall, I don't know. I don't think they're married yet, but they might be. I don't know. But I like him. He's cool. So he says, so somebody says, so this is Kamau Franklin. He's a part of Black something. Because I know that I saw him and Jared Ball, like Chris Marshall and Jared Ball talking about this. And Chris Marshall was like, yo, watch out for that Black Hammer group to Jared Ball. And Jared Ball probably snubbed him. And so this is the background that I picked up on. So he says, so for anyone following the Black Hammer drama, this is Kamau Franklin. He's a part of the circle with thing. For anyone following the Black Hammer drama, calling them black nationalists, their membership is mostly non-black, or revolutionary is a media distortion meant to harm radical organizing. So Chris Marshall calls this guy out. Says Black Power Media. So Black Power Media, that's the part they are. Did nothing and enabled Black Hammer. They rallied around HUD communists, which was started by Black Hammer. There's the continuation of the Behavior Black Agenda report, never checked Uhuru, who had 4 suicides. It's too late to disassociate. Jared Ball dismissed my concern for the Black Hammer cult, and now y'all want to dissociate from the cult. Y'all continue to support along with Uhuru. Now somebody's dead behind this cult shit. So I'll give you guys a little bit more background soon. I just wanted to give you guys the context of why I was even looking at it. Right, Kalanji he's like, hey, look, I'm a co-founder of Black Power Media. Respectfully, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Apparently you don't either. I don't know jack shit about a Black Hammer or what they started. BPM didn't enable nothing. Don't try to get rep over here, homie. Not into games. And he says, you know what Hood Communist is. You know who Uhuru is. You know who AAPR is. You know who Black Agenda Report is. It's not a game at all. You comrades not checking the Uhuru cult, and that had 4 suicides. Led to the Black Hammer cult having a suicide. Y'all are all pro-cult platform, right? So somebody says, where's the proof of this? He says, look, for immediate release, BHO announces construction of Hammer City Hood Communists. So he's saying, look, there's actually proof that they started it and all that kind of stuff. So you guys could look into it. Like I said, Chris Marshall and them was on top of it from jump. I don't... I know who Gazi is, but I saw that there was some nonsense through these people. So China Fox, this is another China Fox. She says, so Chris Marshall says, Jared Ball dismissed my concern for the Black Hammer cult, and now y'all want to dissociate from the cult. Y'all continue to support along with Uhuru. Now somebody's dead behind this cult shit. And China Fox is like, this is all on video. I screenshot all that weird ish. Y'all have blood on your hands. Let's see how you lie your way out of this one, right? So anyway, let's go into what this is about. So this is, it looks like it's gonna be a white boy right here. Who's going to talk about this. So he's like, Gazi. So what happens is this. Somebody said, so the Black Hammer Times is saying the FBI targeted targets Black Hammer. Basically, he says Gazi got a homeless guy killed by the cops, and they went live to talk about how great of an opportunity this is. generally evil person. So this is Gazi. So basically some homeless guy was in their group, and I guess the police were called in, and I guess they killed this guy, and Gazi's excited. They arrested Gazi after this, though.
At the end of the day, there's still breath in my body. I still run an amazing revolution.
He's a queerdo, by the way.
Our community is effing with us, and now all these news channels are going to want to interview us, and we are going to get to communicate about all the great work that we are doing here. So, this is great. At the end of the day, this is a great moment. Right, comrade? This is a great moment. A moment where, you know, our voices will be amplified and our mission and cause will be informed. At the end of the day.
Yeah, this is the trouble about organizing in America. But let me see. I think this is like a thread. They're going to. No, okay. So this is just something else. We're gonna go to the other video. Is this the last video? Yeah, it might be. Okay, cool. So we're actually making good time. Let's see. So basically, you see that he's kind of like low-key excited that this guy died. And then we're gonna go into a little more about this. This says, breaking cult sugar CW. I don't know, cult warning, death, cult abuse. At least one person is dead after a hostage situation at a house occupied by members of the Black Hammer Party, the current name being used by the Black Hammer cult. Local Atlanta news shared earlier today that there was a hostage situation at a house in Fayetteville, a suburb of Atlanta. A person called 911 and said they were being held hostage. The call was traced to the house in the Woodbin subdivision. And so again, this is like logistically. You're in America. Somebody calls the police in America. The police will show up and do whatever they want to do. So you're in a pro-black, space. No, not just in a pro-black space, but let's say you have a pro-black organization. Anybody comes in and calls the police on your organization, the police will come in and kill you. Okay? Whether you're good or bad. And especially if you're bad. Especially if you're good, they'll kill you. So several members of the group were in the house, as well as numerous firearms the group owned. It sounds like one person refused to exit the house. 2 p.m., SWAT entered the house and found one person with a gunshot wound to the head. We do not know how the person died and will not share any info related to their identity. The police have not mentioned how the person died at this time. It's possible the wound was self-inflicted. It's possible to come from law enforcement. Before we continue this thread, if you mock the victims of this cult, you will be getting a block. Around noon, the charismatic leader of the group, Gazi Kadzo, real name Augustus Romaine Jr., posted a video from outside the house where several members were being held, not handcuffed. Kadzo claimed that there was someone in the group that had taken in who was acting belligerently and had a knife. The group was trying to remove from the house, but the group did not call the police. Kadzo is prone to lying, and everything from their mouth should be taken with that in mind. Kadzo's a nutcase. Law enforcement vehicles from multiple agencies were around. The background matches the Woodbin subdivision. Kadzo talked about how they were ready to meet Jesus and how all the media was here and that it would be a great opportunity for Black Hammer to spread their message. Again, somebody just died, right? Somebody in their group just died. The story is still developing. There's a lot that could be said about the history of Kadzo and Black Hammer. This was an extremely short version. Kadzo was born. So I don't really care so much. I mean, you guys probably, if you want me to, I don't know. But long story short, I mean, I thought there was another series of videos. I don't know where it is. But I thought I did save, like this guy, this white guy, he probably saved it, where he showed that, there's a lot of like basically this homeless guy, like they have like a whole, Black Hammer, that they had the whole homeless guy like being recognized. I don't want to scroll through this page. I feel like it's dangerous. But we're harassing a homeless, so on and so forth. So there's gonna be a lot of propaganda. So this guy, the Ministry of Defense, he's the one who was killed. And they're going to go in about how he was, like how good of a person he was, kind of thing. But that's it. Like that's, how good and how fun he was, all that kind of stuff. And yeah, Kadzo is, using this as an opportunity to, so on and so forth. Now he's like a whole weirdo. I'm not going to hold you guys. He's Kadzo is a weirdo. And yeah, they got this guy killed. So like I said, this is Enemies Within. And so Kadzo is just one of them. This is the guy's, like, the organization's kind of tribute to him and his life. They took him in. He was a homeless 18-year-old, I guess, and he died. He died from this whole stuff. So this is what it is. This is how it is. And it's kind of like, what else are you going to expect? But, you know, that is what it is. Let's see if there's any comments. Okay, cool. We finally have some comments. Let's see something. He, him. Okay, so Bobby E. Wright says, Kamau Franklin and Jared Ball on Black Power Media, a Marxist ideology group. And that's the real world. The real world is that they're part of this stuff. KW97 says Black Hammer is a homophile organization. China Fox is also down with homophilia. I don't really know per se, but I mean, you know, if you know, you know. KW97 tends to know a lot of stuff. I'm not going to hold you guys. Bobby E. Wright says BPM are nothing but militant integrationists. Of course, but again, you're going to notice that these are some of the bigger organizations of the quote-unquote black conscious community. That's the issue. You understand that you're not coming across a lot of large-scale Garveyite organizations in America or anywhere. You know what I mean? We had the Allies, and they were in South Africa, but you're not going to find the kind of alliances in other parts. Trigger Happy says, yeah, didn't BPM and Omawale Africa had an ideological dispute too? Yeah, I think over homophilia and stuff like that. Bobby Wright says, Jared Ball got into it with Omawale Africa over queer theory. Yeah, I saw that. Gideon 7 says, no homophile can be in charge of a liberation movement. Automatic red flag. And this is the thing, though. Like, what you got to realize is that homophilia in America is pretty damn big. It's pretty damn rampant. It's not even a joke. Like, at this point in time, and again, you go to the Discord. Go to the Discord, right? And you're going to see there's a black American there. I like black Americans. I like them. But Kofi could vouch. He came on. He's a good brother. You know, I wish he was listening sometimes, right? He's a good brother. He's a really good brother. But he was pointing out that, hey, look, you know, in the future, like you're behind the times if you have transphobia. Times are changing, especially in America, but times are changing. Now the way how the Americans talk is that it's a global phenomenon. Times are changing globally, right? But the reality is this, that times are changing in the West, and to be homophobic, to be transphobic is old in America. Now KW Down 7 is saying, hey, look, that's a red flag. To be transphobic, to be homophobic, to be transphilic, to be homophilic, that's a red flag. The reality is this, that's the freaking flag that we're flying. That's the flag that's being flown. That's the flag that's going to get you the biggest audience in America. That's the flag, you're not, you can't be running, you shouldn't be running a liberation movement in another country anyway, because this country is going somewhere else. Bobby Wright says, Trigger Happy, Omawale did have a show blasting BPM, yep. Trigger Happy says, yes, I remember. Bobby Wright says, BPM are Marxist first and black last with all the intersectionality in between. Yeah. But that's also the black situation. No Name. No Name is a famous musician. No, I'm joking. I don't know if that's the same musician. No Name said, I forgot about Gazi. Wow, crazy how easy it is to form a cult. Shaking my head. Yeah, that's the thing. Trigger Happy says, yeah, no Garveyite organization on the continent either. I see a lot of socialist parties more. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. That's the new wave. You have to accept that there's a new wave, you know? But again, for instance, where I was in Africa, it was powerful that if I had stayed a little longer, that I could have started off a political party. It was very, very easy, especially since I had a lot of money and I was generous. You know, I could give away money, and it was safe. It was safe to just have a lot of money, and nobody was gonna rob you per se. You know, Bobby Wright says the Gazi guy was with the Uhuru movement. Yeah, that was gonna be in his little biography. But all right, that's all the comments, I guess. If anybody has any further comments, let me know. Other than that, I guess that's the whole podcast. Thank you everybody for sticking around. Thank you so much. I mean, it was a long podcast, and I know people didn't agree with what I was saying. Hopefully, it what the thing that I was trying to articulate, it kind of came through all of that. I know that we tend to want to hold the hands of quote unquote African Americans and make it seem like the victim shit and all that kind of stuff. I know it's not good to go in on people who are down, and I don't want to go on people down. Me personally, I love African Americans. I love them. I love them. You know what I mean? Personally. Right, but but my whole thing is not to extend my own perspective, my own experiences towards other groups. I don't have negative experiences with Black Americans, and kind of in some ways I don't even have a negative experience with white Americans, right? So I just I can't necessarily say that. But then I also understand that other people will have different experiences. You know, shout out to Learning Curve. Learning Curve was talking to this coon conservative type, conservative American, right? And she was saying that, look, her experiences with white people are harsh, or her parents' experiences with white people are very harsh, And so she has that. Me, I don't have that kind of connection. I don't even have a historical connection with white people in America. And I want people to realize that, as we recognize that some people do not have our experiences. Me personally, Black Americans are great. Continental Africans are great. Diaspora Africans, like everybody, I have good experiences with more or less everybody. I did have some pretty bad experiences with white folk, in the sense of like they're freaking annoying, But like with Black people in America, like I love it all the time. Like, it's just really great. But that's all I can say. So, I mean, thank you everybody for coming through. Bobby Wright says, great show, PBP. Ra says, giving thanks for the reasoning. So I appreciate that, Ra. Tanzan says a great show, which is, Tanzan says it's a great show. It's a great show. Trigger Happy saying there are socialist organizations in Ghana. Yeah, socialism is huge. Socialism is, you got to remember that Russia and China are pushing socialism and the West is pushing socialism. Nobody's pushing Garveyism. Nobody. If you have big ass China pushing socialism, you have big ass Russia pushing socialism, and you have big ass America pushing socialism, pretty much everybody around the world is going to be familiar with socialism, right? But if nobody's pushing Garveyism, then that's on us, and we can't expect it. But the reality is, like, where can it succeed? Where can it succeed? Where can Garveyism succeed? It could be in Africa, and that's what it is. It's like, yeah, I mean, I don't expect there to be things that we don't build ourselves, but that's why I want to push us and encourage us to build them ourselves. And hopefully that helps you, Trigger Happy. Trigger Happy, are you on our Discord? Because if you wanna dialogue, you can always dialogue. You know that. By the way, everybody, if you see in the chat in the description, I have a Discord link. Just join it if you want. You can also join the Bit of Medicine Discord. That's another one so that you could recommend things for the Shoot the Breeze. But other than that, thank you so much, family. Appreciate it. And until next time, Shemi Hotep, right? That means I go in peace. Anku Jas and Neb. Neb, that means master your life, wealth, and health. Amen Ma'at Dua Necher. And you already know what that means. Thank the ancestors and thank the power. All right. Afro Jam says one love just to keep on the Jamaican thief. You already know. One love.